Can't film me in the bathroom, man. Yes.
Everyone, we are beginning our coverage of round 5 of the Superbet Chess Classic Romania. My name is Irina Krush, and I'm joined by David Prus. And yeah, this has been a really exciting tournament so far, guys. Actually, I commentated on it for the first 3 days, and yesterday I took a break, and I have to admit that I missed it. And I did feel a little sorrowful seeing how exciting the games were yesterday. So I hope that today they're just going to be as good. David, what are you thinking about the tournament so far?
I think we'd be lucky to have some more days like yesterday. So hopefully we'll catch one of those today. And you were making a really interesting comment earlier as we were getting set up that it seems like the big guys are overpressing a little bit against the wild card Romanian 20-year-old Deac. They're kind of like saying, hey, we're 100 points higher than you. We can just win the game against you. And they try to force their will on it. And he is currently sitting on a plus score, which is a little bit surprising, perhaps.
Yeah, that's how he won against Reports, through Reports overpressing. And yesterday looked like he had great chances against Mamedyarov as well. So today he's playing against someone who's probably also going to want to beat him. Alireza Firouzja is playing against him actually with the black pieces. Let's take a look at the pairings and results. So what do we have going on? We got Caruana versus Mamedyarov, Nepomniachtchi versus Vachier, Aronian so that's an all-American matchup, Report Dominguez, and Deac Firouzja. So which of these has caught your eye, David?
Yeah, I mean, as far as starting to think about, the top standings and working for first place in this event, Aronian versus So would be the biggest match there because Wesley is now in sole first place. And Aronian got his first win yesterday with the black pieces, which is always an incredibly momentum building event, right? You win a game with black in a round robin or any tournament, honestly, that's very high level where you get only good opponents, and you really feel juiced up to play white the next day.
Yeah, definitely. Aronian is going to be feeling confident, especially because he had a hard time against Dominguez in the American Cup just a few weeks ago and actually got knocked out, I believe, of the classical portion by Levon Dominguez, right, who played a really beautiful game against him. So he got some revenge there. Let's see. Well, we got Report and Dominguez, two players with very different styles. Caruana, Mamedyarov, I would say also two players with very different styles. Then we have players with maybe more similar styles like Nepomniachtchi and Vachier. And Deac Firouzja, I mean, I think they are quite different as well. So lots of interesting matchups today. Let's take a look at the leaderboard to see who is currently in first place in this tournament. Well, it is Wesley So. He's got 3 points. That is a +2 score, which means he's won 2 games already out of 4. And he's only half a point ahead of 3 players who recently won. So Maxim Vachier, like Rob, having his first win yesterday, as well as Levon Aronian. Bogdan Daniel Deac from Romania won a couple of days ago. Jan Nepomniachtchi, 50%. And
so far, he's the only player.
Mm-hmm.
Nepo, so far, the only player to both win and lose in this tournament. Other than him at the middle, we've got either winners or losers so far.
Exactly. Yeah, he beat Firouzja in this fascinating game, and then he went on to lose yesterday to Wesley. So all of these players obviously could, be found at any part of the table. I guess you're right, like Bogdan Daniel Diak, who is the underdog. That, to see him in the top half is maybe the surprising part, but not shocking. I think this is well within the realm of possibility when you're, a 2670 young player and people are trying to beat you and taking more risks against you. I mean, it's actually quite normal that you're doing better than expected.
Yeah. So reminding everybody of the format here, we are looking at a 10-player round robin, meaning 9 games per player. You play everyone except yourself, and traditional 1 point for a win, half a point for a draw. As always, nothing when you lose, and a time control of 90 minutes plus 30-second increment, with 30 minutes added after move 40 and the 30-second increment continuing throughout.
Yes, and we have a very generous prize fund in the Grand Chess Tour. The first place for this tournament is a cool $100,000. And I would say the top 3 places are really a very nice payday for the players. Third prize being $48,000. And these players are also fighting for points in the overall Grand Chess Tour. There's going to be additional money for them at the end if they can make it into the top 3 across the series of tournaments. This is the first stop of the Grand Chess Tour in 2022, and it's going to be soon followed by the Romania Blitz and Rapid. That's going to start just a few days after this event, and it's going to be a mix of rapid and classical chess throughout the year. And yeah, the Grand Chess Tour is just bringing us really exciting events. And by the way, there are no draw offers. So that is a feature, I think, of Grand Chess Tour and St. Louis Chess Club. They like to encourage fighting chess. And we just recently played an event in the American Cup, David, where also there were no draw offers at all.
Okay. I hadn't even realized that rule was on for the whole Grand Chess Tour. So I'll keep that in mind as we watch. For anyone who wants more information about the tournament, here is a link: go.chess.com GCT 2022, where you can find all the information about the whole tour there. And one other thing we wanted to let you know about before we get into the moves in a minute or two here is that you can vote on the results of today's games. Go into the chess.com events, go to Romania Superbet Chess Classic Romania 2022, click on vote. You can vote on each of the 5 games if you think white will win or a draw or black will win. And there's $600 in prizes for votes, in addition to some free diamond memberships. And voting ends at the 10th move of each game. So by then you need to cast your vote. You can wait to see what the opening looks like and then make your pick.
Is that $600 per day, David?
$300, $200, $100. Wow. I'm not sure if it's per day.
Yeah, but if it is, that's an amazing prize fund for you guys. Yeah. So I would definitely put in some votes. Why not? It's very hard to guess the games. Sometimes you have very quiet days and sometimes it's really explosive. So it's not an easy task, but you can definitely try it.
All right. And we'll be back with the start of the round in just a minute.
Welcome back, guys. We're beginning our coverage of round number 5 of the Superbet Chess Classic Romania 2022. The players have just begun their game, so we are seeing the outlines of the opening. And already there's a lot of interesting action on the board. David, has anything stood out to you?
Yeah, there are 3 standout moments so far. Out of the opening, 2 of them are huge shocks. One is this bishop b5 check move from Jan Nepomniachtchi. That's sort of innovative, although personally I don't think it's going to be a good move. I think there'll be a pretty easy answer for Maxime to that unusual move in the open Sicilian. I'm more curious to see what Rapport intends with knight e2 on move 2 after e4, e5. That move is truly unheard of. And the other opening that's got me a little bit excited is the King's Indian defense from Firouzja. So,
yes, I agree with that. These are really promising openings. So first of all, reports. I actually, when I saw this move on the board, I did a quick check in my database to see, well, has he ever played this before? Because for some reason, when I think about e4 and reports, I am thinking of some kind of Vienna type of lines, or what he plays like with g3. I'm pretty sure he's done that before, early g3 against e5. But actually, at least for reports, this move knight e2 is a novelty. I do not see that in his recent games. So I guess Dominguez must be really surprised. And, this is, I guess, an anti-Petrov weapon that Rapport is doing, since we know that Dominguez likes to play the Petrov like he did against, well, actually on all his recent games as Black.
Yeah. As he did against everybody. And he's trying it now. And Rapport should be able to keep that pawn defended since he has knight c3 and knight g3 available now.
Yeah, I guess he's going to be going knight b c3 here. And I would actually expect, the game, oh, wow, d4. This is really interesting. So, how does this compare to a normal Petrov if they
right. There is a line with d4 with the knight on f3. I know knight takes e5 is more popular, what people would be more used to seeing. But yeah, with knight f3 or knight e2, it's possible to play this d4 move. At first, it doesn't seem like it should be way better for white, but let's try and understand. Normally, Black plays knight e4 if white's knight were on f3. And then white plays bishop d3, so that's already going to be different.
Could the point, David, be to play this crazy move f3? Because the thing is, David, if you take on e5, there's bishop c5, right? So maybe
that's what I was going to show first, but I hadn't yet dreamed of f3.
Yeah, f3 was my solution to this problem, but let's just show the obvious move. There's bishop c5. Now, I guess it's not over because we have to, it is not easy to defend the f2 pawn, it must be said. But there is a possibility of going queen d5 and trying to sack it. And that, sack the pawn, although, in this position, the bishop's actually protected. So I think Black has a lot of options, including queen h4 that can be looked at. And of course, bishop takes f2 as well. All of these moves are possible for Black.
Right. This position looks highly risky for white, but I guess the one thing that might not work the easiest is this trick from white, and the queen defends the rook if Black takes on g3. But I would say this is just kind of madness from white's perspective. Let me see your f3 move for a second.
Yeah, let's look at this f3, because the idea is to kick the knight back so you don't have problems with the f2 pawn. And also you're going to get a tempo on the knight because it's going to have to go to some square where it gets kicked again.
All right. So maybe knight d6. takes
Yes, we take and like knight f5.
and go to f5.
Yeah, and well, I mean, obviously this is a completely untrodden path. I've never seen anything like this.
Mm-hmm.
And I mean, black's knight has moved around a ton, but it's not like white's development is great either. And their pawn on f3 is, let's just say, not very standard to have it there so early.
Yeah. I mean, when I look at this, I just think, a knight on f3 would probably be better.
Yes, a knight on f3 would be better. But at the same time, I mean, maybe just bishop c5 and or even d6, David. What about d6? Because honestly, the pawn on f3 and the knight on e2 makes such a weird impression. I just feel like certainly d6 is just a very solid move, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, it's white's move
Knight
at this point,
d6.
but
yeah, white needs
but
to
yeah,
do
both
something.
d6 and bishop c5 look good. Like if white played queen d3 here, for example, then I imagine the move would be d6 in response.
Yeah.
Would be the most solid move. And if white played some move like knight c3 instead first, then black can consider bishop c5, like you said, because that diagonal could be a little bit weak.
Yeah, or
there.
knight c6. I mean, also the development of the knight is pretty pretty natural.
Yeah. So d4 is the live position after knight e4. Could the point really be to play f3? I can't believe you even thought of that idea, but that
It's
might
so
be right.
anti-positional, yeah.
Yeah. d4. What?
I mean, first of all, I'm just curious also, David, like, so if pawn takes d4, what is white's point there? Is it to just take with, is it just to play e5? I guess that must be it, right? Here we're playing e5. That part is more or less clear.
Normally you'd play e5.
Yeah, and then you can take, on d4, probably with the queen in case of knight g4. And at least you get a tempo. I mean, I still can't say that looks clear. I mean, after queen d4, d6, is that like, how convincing is that?
Looks pretty solid for black.
Yeah, so I think Dominguez is thinking here, it actually makes sense because it looks like he can take either of the pawns.
Yeah.
And by the way, David, when the knight is on f3 in a normal Petrov, why doesn't black ever take on d4? Because e5 is just a whole lot stronger, right?
Oh, well, actually, as far as I know, it is also playable for black to play e takes d4, even though knight e4 is the most common line. I think e takes d4 is not outside of consideration because black can play knight e4 and then d5 after, let's say, bishop d3, I believe, or queen d4, something like that.
d5, yeah.
Yeah.
And you want to go c5 next if you're given the chance.
Yeah.
c5,
or bishop c5 if really given a chance.
Okay, yeah. So basically, I mean, Dominguez must be just kind of shocked here at this whole opening, I would say. And yeah, I mean, it's fair to say he's probably never seen this position before. So let's move on, David, and see what else we got going from these games.
Okay, so let's look at Nepo versus Vachier for a second.
Okay, that's a Maroczy bind. Yes,
they got a bunch of moves in. And so bishop d5 was the very unusual move. Knight c3 has been played in, essentially every game ever in that position, defending e4. So Vachier played the response that I thought would be a pretty simple answer for black here, bishop to d7, just with the idea that white's going to have to give black a tempo on d7.
So basically, we should just say that white is playing a relative, maybe a more modern relative of the famous bishop b5 check Sicilian, right, David?
Right.
So it's not a completely unheard of idea in the Sicilian to give that check. right? So this is,
Yeah.
this is of course a very respectable sideline. Maybe I would say the second most popular move for white in this position, other than d4 and going for the open Sicilian.
Mhm.
And when white does play that check and bishop d7 happens, we can just put those moves on the board.
Yeah.
We trade on d7 and go for c4, setting up like these types of Marozzi bind positions. So basically white is borrowing, I would say, from this type of idea. Let's see his implementation of it, like with the move order that they had.
Right. We'll see what kind of difference it makes. Based on the speed with which they're now playing, I'm going to guess that they've actually transposed to opening theory that they both know from bishop b5 check, because they're many moves ahead of some of the other games. So bishop d7, c4. That's a surprise. I thought with the pawn hanging on e4 that white would just have to trade on d7 right away. So let me try to quickly understand.
Queen f3,
why.
I think.
Queen f3, knight c5, b4. And the knight gets sent somewhere pretty weird, and the pawn on b7 is hanging.
Wow.
Okay. So that makes sense. So that makes sense. So white's able to leave the pawn on e4 hanging, which I hadn't anticipated. And that allows Nepo to wait on the trade and get the Marozzi bind in to then play knight c3 with the pawn on e4 defended.
Yeah, tricky move order. And black also, we should mention why black doesn't trade the bishops, right, on b5. Because you might think, well, he blocked on d7 with the bishop. Why doesn't he just take it? And in that case, white's going to take with the c pawn. And I think the pawn will be pretty decent on that square, obviously hindering the development of the knight. Although, I don't know, the eval bar didn't seem to love this capture with the c pawn. That's what I would have thought intuitively, that that's what's going on.
Yeah, I'm thinking that here against queen f3, there's queen a5 now, maybe. Oh, no.
Yeah, there's also d5. There's also
d5 is the new move.
Yeah, the simple d5. Yeah. Simple. That's the point. Okay. So actually, I think I was thinking positionally. Positionally, guys, I don't think it's a bad thing to have the pawn on b5 and have that doubled pawn. At least it's double-edged. On one hand, it's bad because it's a doubled pawn and you capture it away from the center. On the other hand, it's not bad because your pawn is climbing up the board to the 5th rank and also restricting your opponent's knight. But okay, knight takes b5 definitely looks weird, right? In that case, why didn't he do it? Because black generally wants to trade pieces in this position. And also that knight on b5 has moved around a lot. So
a little bit weird.
Save yourself some time, right?
Yeah.
And yeah, there's still no knight e4 because of this queen f3 move. But
yeah. But the knight on b5 is not doing anything great here.
Yeah, I think taking was a real possibility for black. So I would certainly have spent some time thinking about that.
Yeah. So Vachier played knight c6, then knight c3 defended e4, and they end up heading towards more sort of normal waters for the Marozzi, with Vachier switching to a dragon setup, h3 with the idea of bishop e3. And as soon as white's ready to play bishop e3 in a lot of these lines, you'll want to trade on d4 as black so that white has to put the queen there and not the bishop there. And bishop g7, bishop e3, sort of normal moves. Queen gets off the diagonal of the bishop. And queen c6 from Vachier, looking at maybe castles rook c8.
Yeah, and I think he's also looking at the idea of knight d7 in some positions. Although knight d7 in this type of position would actually just allow knight d5, which I think would be annoying, but it's an idea that he can think about. Also, David, in these kinds of positions, I would say it's not out of the question that at some point black plays the move pawn e6 to just take control of the d5 square. And maybe even arrange the rooks on f8 and on d8 and c8.
Mm-hmm.
So queen c6, definitely reasonable move, multi-purpose. So if white castles rook a c8, how big of a problem is that for?
I think rook fc8 maybe, with the idea of b3 b5, and I'm leaving the a pawn.
But what if I just take with my knight? Oh, you're going
defended.
to take on e4.
Yeah.
But still, I take with my knight, right?
Yeah,
You're taking
definitely.
the queen. Interesting. Okay.
And then probably I would say rook d1, because your rook needs to get off that bishop anyway. And white's got the queenside majority with the a pawn a little bit weak.
Yeah.
But black's definitely eliminated sort of the cramping feeling of the Nepomniachtchi by getting rid of the e pawn. All the black pieces can move. Yeah, maybe a tiny edge for white in the endgame, because queenside majorities can be worth
Although
a little
I would
something.
say it is very difficult to evaluate this position, right? It's so unbalanced, like the center majority versus the queenside majority. I mean, like, let's say if I would never have looked at, analyze this position with a computer beforehand, I would find it pretty difficult to judge, the exact evaluation of this type of position.
Yeah.
But Nepomniachtchi, he played bishop d4. And so basically just avoiding this line. And bishop d4 is certainly kind of a preparation for rook a c8. So you want to go b3. And if they go b5, you can take with the c pawn now, because your knight is protected on c3. And you're also getting a tempo on their queen. So bishop d4 makes certainly sense. Again, I wouldn't be shocked if we saw a move like e6 somewhere in these positions. It's so typical.
Yeah, you have to wonder if black could go e6 d5 or a6 b5. Those are the first two questions you always have to ask with the Nepomniachtchi positions: is can black just directly break? And here, the first one I would wonder about would be a6 b5, because it looks
just
a
going
little bit
A6
hard for white
away
to stop.
without rook c8.
Yeah, without rook c8 now, because with c3 defended by the bishop, forcing white to play b3 is nothing helpful. So I'm thinking a6 b5 with white's rooks disconnected. It's making me think that maybe even against a4.
I think I can castle though, David. 1 second.
You can go. Yeah.
Like let's say I castle. Although, I mean, a4 is definitely interesting. Yes, we can look at that. So if I castle and you go b5, right? So I take, you take, and I was going to take with a knight. Now, you kind of have an interesting choice. Now, I was thinking on knight e4, like there could be some unpleasant things with like rook c1 possibly at some point. But you might be taking with the queen for that reason.
Yeah,
right?
I think I don't want to give you a rook c1 tempo. I don't want to find out how unpleasant it is. So
yeah, this seems reasonable because, I mean, again, super unbalanced, right? It's like, I find it so annoying when the computer says it's equal, when in reality it's really sharp and not clear at all. So there's a lot of different kinds of equality in chess, guys, and there's mathematical equality, but then there's also like the as a chess player, when you're playing, how do you feel? Like, is this position like feeling very stable to you or not? I would say a lot can still happen in a position like this.
Yeah, I mean, as either side, I would still consider it to be sharp and exciting, and chances to win and lose for both sides. My guess would be small advantage for white with the queenside passers. But yeah, I think a6 b5, that would be the first thing I would look at. I think as far as coming straight out of the opening as black at a super GM level, it feels like it'd be reasonable to get this position.
I agree. I do think like that probably makes more sense than e6 at this point, right? He should try like the more standard idea with a6. And like you were saying that he could try to play a4.
Right. I was curious, and this was why I was saving the tempo on rook c8 partly, is like you really have to calculate concretely whether you can or can't play b5 early on. And I was thinking that here, since the white rooks are disconnected, I might still be able to play b5 in this position here if I play a6 right away. Otherwise, a4 can sometimes just clamp the b5 square. But my thought was takes, rook a8, rook a8, and then if white takes on b5, that I would have
A lot
rook
of
a1.
play. Yeah. Although, I mean, white can take and then play king e2 and maybe just get away with being up a pawn,
Yeah.
huh? Maybe you should go queen a8, David, because that's
Let me
a tempo. That's a nice little tempo.
Queen a8. Completely
That's
abandoning this, getting out of the way of it. But now on
yeah.
queen a1, I mean, there are blocks.
Yeah, but you have to at least make your pieces passive. If you go with the queen to block, there's going to be queen b2. And if you go with a knight, well, yeah, knight is a bad block, right? It's a very passive.
Right. Queen
So,
a1.
mhm.
If the queen blocks, we can just take b2. That's good. If the knight blocks, it's passive.
Yeah, there's a lot of stuff we can do here. I mean, okay, what do you want? You want a castle next, huh? Well, so should I go rook c8, rook b8, or something else?
Right. Rook c8 to c1. But the rook on f1 will be defended.
Yeah, it's kind of tricky. I mean, I feel like black has pretty good compensation. Rook b8, you're gonna castle, right?
Yeah.
And then you want to just try to kind of come back.
Okay, here's a very weird. No, doesn't work. Yeah, I'm not sure exactly how to make it work. It looks like there's a lot of potential here for black to have something.
Yeah, I agree. I agree. I mean, there's also like this idea of like putting the queen on b4, like queen a4, queen b4, also really interesting square for the queen, where she hits like 3 pawns, b5, b2, and even indirectly e4. I would say that is not such a terrible looking idea.
By the way, Fache has played a6 while we were looking at that line. A6 has been played. So
the problem is she instantly answered knight d5.
Oh yeah. Wow.
So, and I have to say, like, I don't know, I don't feel like knight d5 should be that dangerous. Okay, he's going for a certain kind of structure here, right? So he's basically saying, and I think this is going to happen. So we have to now start evaluating the position after knight takes d5.
Yeah.
He takes d5. Queen d7, for example, and bishop g7. So he's, I mean, I see what he wants here. He wants this better heavy piece endgame with a space advantage with the pawn, but black, needs to play b5 really, really quickly here. And, white's not castled yet. So white's definitely not castling queenside in this position. But if white castles short, white has the potential to sometimes be better in these kinds of structures, but I really don't think so if black plays well, what, even b5 you have to think about there, but cb5, I can't imagine that black would have a problem in that position after queen b5. But queen d4, there's actually still problems, David.
My feeling is that if black achieves b5 immediately in this structure, that there's not much danger. It's basically like your e7 pawn's a little bit worse and you're a little bit cramped, but once you play b5.
Okay, let me try to show it, David. So let's try.
Right.
Let's play out a few moves. I'm gonna play castles.
Okay, and I'll play b5.
Yeah. So now I have to decide, like, let's say a rook to c1, queen d4 check, or takes on b5. All right, I want to take on b5. Let's just do that. Go ahead. Take. Okay. So you took with this a pawn. All right. So my idea here is something like, let's say rook fc1.
Mm-hmm.
You're gonna go, well, I won't tell you what you're gonna do, but you'll probably figure it out.
I'll either play rook fc8 or b4.
Yeah, b4, I might have queen d4.
Queen d4 and take. All right, that narrows it down for me.
Okay, and so here I was thinking a3.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Like, just try to release your pressure on my pawn and make the case that, like, you don't have an obvious way to fight for the c file,
Mm-hmm.
like beyond what you're doing already.
Yeah. So I think the moves I need to play here are at some point king g8 just to eliminate tactics, and maybe at some point queen b7 so that I keep your queen honest to the d5 pawn and can maybe play b4 at some point. Although, I mean, I don't really want you to just start pushing the a pawn past me. So
They're heading.
Oh my
towards
God,
the
they've done all of
position.
this.
Yeah, I'm very curious after like b5, what will be the move? Is it going to be cb5, or will he like bring a rook to c1, or or none of the above? I would also say, David, on b5, rook ac1 is actually a very reasonable move.
Mm-hmm.
Just because the idea is you want to capture with the rook on c4, where actually the rook is kind of fantastic, because not only it has like rook c6 ideas, but also has rook lifts along the fourth rank, right? To go to e4 or h4. I mean, obviously the dream is h4 and, queen e3, queen h6. That would be.
Oh, yes. Sorry.
Yeah, I'm saying
Yeah.
the rook to go to c4.
Yeah.
Sorry, c4 and h4. Yeah, there you go.
Yeah.
Yes,
Yeah, I think there's like no chance I would take on c4 here as black, because it's also giving white a tempo to double rooks on the c file on top of everything. So we have to be very, very judicious with our tempi here as black. If white ever gets on the c file too quickly and they can just plop a rook on c6, then it could already be the end in some cases. So I'm thinking rook fc8 here as well, but yeah.
Yeah, I agree. I agree. This looks reasonable. So
is there anything
guys,
else we should check out around here?
Yeah, I think what we're going to do is we're going to go for our break. And when we get back, guys, we're going to show you all the rest of the games that are being played at the Superbet Chess Classic in Romania.
Cool.
Welcome back, guys, to our coverage of the fifth round of the Superbet Chess Classic Romania. I am Irina Krush, and I'm joined by David Proust, and we're here to give you our commentary and all the action today. We're going to go straight into the most exciting position on the board from this round, and right now it is Diak versus Firouzja, and it's the two of the youngest players in the tournament. With Firouzja choosing the King's Indian defense, one of the most exciting openings in chess, something that I am aware is a part of his repertoire, so I'm not completely shocked. And Diak reacting with something that has become really popular these days, pushing the flank pawn with h4. And this really reminds me of a recent game where Nakamura was black, and Nakamura also a famous King's Indian player. And his opponent played this kind of h4, h5 system, which was one of my first times like seeing this weird pawn push. Although I know in general it's quite popular, but I hadn't really looked at this closely until I saw that game and saw that that player achieved a winning game against Nakamura. And I feel like it was against like a young Russian player, fairly young. I'm trying to remember, who it is. It's and it's not coming to my mind. For some reason, I'm thinking Oparin. Was that game. Maybe you guys in the chat can help me out, but they were
in the same group.
Yeah,
they were in the same group in the third leg of the Grand Prix.
In that case, then I'm 100% sure it's Oparin, right? Because I know it's a player that's not like the most famous Russian player. He's not like, totally elite, and yet he's a strong GM. And he really went after Nakamura in that game with this line. And he had a completely winning position that he managed to spoil into a draw. So it was quite memorable, to see Nakamura so busted after the opening. And yeah, this is this h4 line. So it is quite it is becoming quite fashionable these days.
Yeah, I wonder, I'm just looking at this position after he first played h4 and thinking, how should black react? Does h4, h5 make sense? Does it threaten black? My first instinct is to play either c5 or e5 in response immediately. Those are the two main candidate moves coming to me, seeing if you can blow open the center, and if white pushes past with d5, then at least that right away. And I would consider maybe playing h5 as black on the next move there, maybe. But here's how Firouzja responded. Very flexible, knight c6. Probably preparing e5 on the next move, but Diak just came right at him, kicked the knight, and gave himself that tempo to push the pawn to h5. And yeah, now, I'm not so sure how Firouzja should be playing this game.
Yeah, I think what he did is reasonable with this move like c6, right? Because black still has two pawns left that he could use to chip away at white's center. So I think that part, like releasing the queen, in case the knight gets kicked with f4, you could probably go knight g4, and then later on bring out the queen on the diagonal, possibly to b6. So I find this to be quite reasonable as play for black. This, of course, the problem with white's strategy, perhaps we should mention this. Of course, there is a downside, guys, to not developing your pieces and just pushing your flank pawns, right? So it's not like white is playing the most solid classical strategy available. This is all like pretty recent stuff where people are allowing themselves to play very, very non-classical ways in the opening. Lots of like twists on familiar ideas. Yes, of course, we know the idea of pushing up the H pawn from the Sicilian defense. How Bobby Fischer said, how you win against Dragon Sicilian, you just, push up your H pawn, sack, and mate. So the ideas are familiar, but in these exact openings, it's still quite new. I think today we're seeing something really unusual, like, well, in this game, in Nepomniachtchi's game with the early bishop b5, and Raport's game, and I think that's basically the current state of chess. Like, people are trying to forge new paths earlier and earlier, to get away from computer analysis and make their opponents play on their own. And
Yeah.
also computers, on the other hand, are also allowing this kind of like more extravagant play. Like you just knew they're showing that chess is more broad than I guess it was thought, and things that would have seemed crazy before are actually becoming standard these days.
Right. And one of the most famous ideas that's come out of recent computers is this idea of pushing this pawn up the H file and then not using it to trade on G6 and sack mate, like Bobby said, but you just put it on H6, you cramp the bishop and the king so they sort of can't move, and you create kind of some weird issues with coordination for the black pieces inside their own castle there. And then, as you'll see, Deac is going to immediately calm down in this game. He's not throwing everything at the king. He then develops his knight and castles kingside. Right. So he just,
yeah, it's interesting, David. Maybe we can just briefly touch upon like that moment, because I feel like for many people, it is surprising that white advanced that pawn to H6, because we're taught that you're supposed to open lines against the opponent's king, right? Not close them with your pawns. So what is the problem with taking on G6?
Right. Maybe play something like this would be sort of the classic approach of the Yugoslav attack, or bishop E3, F3 line against the Pirc defense, would be to do something like trade bishop H6. Then I think that we would see the queen B6 idea come in real force here, right? Because Firouzja would trade on H6 probably, and then play queen B6 with the idea of knight to G4 and queen takes B2.
So you're saying that white just doesn't really have the development to make this attack work?
Yeah, they would need the queen to already be on D2 to recapture on H6 instead of the rook. I mean, I heard this bishop H6 move, but I thought I was just trying to address what.
So you don't think there's any chance they want to take with the F pawn, do you? I mean, because sometimes that is a possibility, take on G6 with the F pawn.
Sure.
I don't know. It does weaken the position in other ways, but it does open the rook and keeps the H file closed.
Yeah.
So that's
I think it looks.
something.
I think it looks playable as well.
Yeah, that's maybe one of the ideas. So that I think explains this moment, guys, because I think without understanding, why H takes G6 is not being played, like it's hard to understand the concept of H6, because it goes like completely against what seems to be white's actual plan of like opening the H file. So he takes space instead.
Yeah. I mean, I would say if white played some variation with trading and bishop H6, then they're getting into a situation where the tempi they spent on H4, H5 might be a little bit extravagant, because they're opening up the game after spending some time on the pawn moves, and black's gonna have pretty strong counterplay with queen B6, whether they play HG or FG. But here, just sort of cramping black and then catching up quickly on development, with some solid moves by white. And the idea is, if white can keep that pawn on H6 defended, then black's kind of cramped up. There's always going to be back rank mates. When the position starts developing towards an end game, it can be awkward when you're doing that trading phase. So yeah, I think this is exactly the kind of idea that wasn't very common before computers, is just to put the pawn on
David,
H6.
I mean, it's amazing that we've only made 11 moves in the opening. And yes, I'm sure our audience sees the engine bar here, like loving white, way past the middle point. And that just kind of confirms what we said is the scenario, right? That Deac is facing in his games, that his opponents are just not exactly respecting him too much. Like, I feel like, I mean, like, just let's say to have this sort of evaluation in the position after 11 moves is not a great opening success for Firouzja. But let's try to understand like why the computer thinks this is so amazing for white, because it's not completely obvious. Obviously, it has to do with the space advantage that white has. He has two pawns on black's side of the board, plus the supporting pawns in C4 and E4. But there must be something more to that, right? I mean, it must be something about the knight on G4 maybe being vulnerable.
In my experience, the computers give extremely high evaluations for white in the King's Indian defense, almost in its entirety.
But yeah, here's
And
the thing though, David, like in this position, white is not like rolling over black on the queen side with like some sort of, C5 thing. So it's not like it's not the standard advantage that white has, right?
right.
And it usually doesn't get
Yeah.
quite as big as this unless something is really wrong. So like I'm very curious to figure out like what is so terrible about this. Like for example, let's say it's white's turn to move here, right? It actually is white's turn to move, I believe. Right? Black played queen b6. So what is he gonna do? Let's try to figure this out.
I'm thinking of maybe playing knight e1, knight d3 for white. So partly so this knight on g4 is a liability for black, has to keep it defended, has to keep a retreat square open for it because of, f3 in some situation. If I kick the queen, I know it's illegal right now, but like knight e1, if black took away the knight's escape square, then probably, you could kick the queen off of this diagonal and win the knight or something.
Okay, exactly. I was also thinking knight a4 immediately is a possibility.
Okay.
Could be, right? Attacking the queen because she doesn't have any obvious good squares to go to. She keeps like if she goes to a5 or b4, there's bishop d2, and on queen c7. Okay, so what's the point of me having kicked you away? What do I do now? Knight. By the way, there's knight d4 as like an interesting square. Actually, you know what? Now I get it, David. So why we're playing knight a4 is to get the queen away so we can play f3. We really want to get rid of this knight so we can go bishop e3 and finally get our bishop to that perfect square on e3.
It would be a real dream.
Bishop,
it'd be a real dream to put the bishop on e3.
Yeah, developing that bishop from a c1 is definitely one of the goals in this position.
Yeah. So so you could go knight a4. I like knight e1 to e3, to d3. If black then puts the knight on e5, I'm okay trading it and letting the doubled pawn on e5 block in the bishop on h8, and then I do queenside operations with bishop e3, b4, b5. But I imagine white's got a huge latitude of options here with how much space they have, right?
Exactly. Yeah, I mean, I do think some combination of, well, basically, I think we understood the big picture. So there's going to be a combination of the knight on c3 and the knight on f3 moving in short order in order to fight against the knight on g4 and the queen on b6.
Yeah, and it's then it's a little bit awkward for Firouzja to come up with what he wants to do to improve his position, right? The c6 pawn is not sufficient to pressure white's position. d5 is very secure. If you ever play e6, you have to be very careful about disconnecting the defense of the knight on g4, which might not be sufficient if white moves the knight on f3 or has a good move for the knight on f3. So it's harder for me to think of what Firouzja wants to do than what Deac wants to do. I can imagine Deac playing like rook b1, b4, or a4, a5, rook a3, or knight a4, like you said, or knight e1 to d3 or c2. And even moves like, bishop d2 just to improve white's position. It's not yet the dream to be on e3, but, as white continues to mobilize, black will struggle to improve their position.
Yeah, no, I agree. I do like how this is going for Deac. And in terms of how much time he had, well, he's down on the clock as is customary for him. But, he also has a decent position, which is also quite customary for him. So hopefully today he will just like, not get intimidated by, his 2,800 rated opponent, and will not get into so much time trouble that he doesn't have the time to take advantage of this position. So
Yeah,
let's
I
move
definitely
on,
got the
David.
feeling. I definitely got the feeling from H4 that he wasn't intimidated.
Yeah, well, he plays principled, but he plays principled, of course, in the openings. I think he's ready to play principled openings, but in the game against Reports, where there was this critical moment where he actually could have moved his king to the center, played for a win. He did choose like a more solid move, king h8. And like based on that decision, it did feel like there was, a little bit of like lack of confidence. I'm not saying it was the most obvious thing in the world, but it was within reach for him to have like played the more ambitious move. He chose a more solid move. And that's what I mean by like later on in the game, that might be an issue. But for the openings, of course, he's playing them with a mind to get, the best position possible and try to win.
Got it. That makes sense. So do you want to see how Wesley and Aronian, what opening that they've chosen against each other?
Oh, not
game?
Really. No.
Oh, okay.
Maybe we're going to have, I feel like we're going to have a lot of time to go to that position.
All right.
Maybe we should take a look at like Caruana Mamedyarov, because at least at the moment, it looks like, somewhat unusual position with the bishop implanted on f6. And White obviously dreaming about a dark square attack here. On the other hand,
right.
A really negative part about White's position is the fact that the rook on f1 is not on any open file and can't really fight for it. Was his last move rook f1? Did he take?
That was the last move. Yeah.
Wow. Okay. Well, that's kind of extraordinary, right?
Yeah. I mean, when somebody gives up the last file to keep rooks on the board, it's always a sign that they're trying to win. It's sort of very, very ambitious to try and preserve material on the board by retreating off of the file.
Yeah, at the same time, it doesn't feel like Black should be in a lot of trouble in this position. So let's take a look. I mean, so what kind of moves would I think about here for Black? Well, I would take a look at queen f5 because it sort of forces a queen trade. I would definitely take a look at knight e4, and that might be intuitively where I would want to go the most. Just at first glance. Even rook e6 is an option with the idea of knight c to e8. Doesn't look terrible at all. Oh, rook e6. I said not terrible. Yes, terrible. Queen h3, and I think White wins.
Oh, you found one tactic we can show. Nice.
Yeah, look at that, guys. We get in on the dark squares and we do it courtesy of that pin that doesn't allow Black to take our bishop.
Yeah.
So yes, Black has to be a little bit careful in this position, as you would expect with such weak dark squares. But if I look at like Black's position, the coordination is quite good. The pieces are centralized, right? So you don't have the feeling that anything is offside, that there's undeveloped pieces. I think he should be able to neutralize this. In terms of White's idea, David, I think the idea is f3 knight g4. Because he needs to get the knight out, right? And can't go to g4 yet. So f3 also takes away the e4 square from Black's knight. I think this is at least one of the ideas in the position for White.
Yeah, that's probably the main thing White wants to do. What I would like to do most for Black is queen e6 to e2. That's my first thought, but unfortunately, after queen e6, bishop e5, the knight on c7 is hanging, so I can't play the move knight c4 that I want to play. So my idea doesn't quite work. So maybe we should just be content with queen f5 as Black. I mean, how much better of a move do we need?
Yeah, let's try knight e4 first. Let's see what happens if we just directly challenge that bishop.
Okay, well, it's got to go to e5. That part is clear. Now f3 is definitely next.
Yeah, it's next. And on, I guess what's important to point out also, David, is that on f6, we can just take on c7 and then f3, and I believe that wins a pawn for White.
That looks devastating.
I mean, yeah, it looks pretty good, doesn't it? Okay, so let's try queen f5. Let's try the boring queen trade option.
Okay, so we're already unhappy about knight e4. So so queen f5, and well, I don't see a way to avoid this really. So let's trade.
Yeah, so what the only good thing about this, David, is that now white is free to improve their knight, and there is a kind of a mating net present. You know what I just realized, David? This is incredible.
What?
This is so incredible. White just wants to go knight g4, g3, king g2, rook h1, and mate black in the endgame.
Yeah. Yeah. So, and if black, so black's gonna have to chase this bishop out with rook e8, knight e6 against that, which
the idea, right? So, okay. But I mean, that's the concept. You see, guys, this is why he kept the rook on f1. I mean, that rook is not purely passive. It actually has this amazing potential.
Yeah. Yeah, there's a second file on the board. It's not quick to get there, but he can try to show that the rook will be even better on the H file than the opposing rook on the E file.
Can we try knight g4, rook e6? I mean, because these moves just need to be played, right?
Sure, knight g4, rook e6, g3.
Yeah, well, g3. So now we need to think. Yeah.
Okay. Sorry.
We need to think because
that does come up sometimes in chess. Yeah.
Yeah, 98. I mean, you're basically pushing me out. So unfortunately, I just have no time to implement my brilliant plan. You're going to play 98 and f6, and I can say goodbye to the idea. So what is it that I can do to stop you? Can we take a look? Maybe, David. All right, I made another adjustment. Should I go g4, g5, and then knight g4?
Yeah.
Let's try that.
Let's do it. g4.
This time I'm not being so nice, right? You can feel that.
Yeah. No, I mean, this is version 2 or 3 of the plan. I could consider rook e6, bishop e5, and I lose. So I will have to move.
You can still go knight d6 there, but it's getting kind of awkward right after g5. Yeah, after g5, knight g4 is awkward.
So here, preserving the threat here, and lock that down with knight g4 coming. The black knights are struggling to fight back on the dark squares there. So back up again to g4, and let's move the knight. I don't know where. I don't like this. Okay.
Yeah, I always want to tell our viewers that what they're witnessing in this game is really kind of something special. This move, rook f1, that Fabiano just played, it's not like your run-of-the-mill chess move. Of course, experienced players have encountered these kinds of ideas before. Moving a rook off of the open file, handing the open file to the opponent because you have some reason to do so. But it's still an exception when you play chess. It's still a paradox because you're breaking a pretty big rule, which is handing the open file to the opponent in order to have a rook that just stares into the f2 pawn, seemingly on the surface doing nothing.
Right.
So these players, one of the things about top players is that they know when to break the rules. And, I think for newer players watching this game, first, the way people learn chess is they first learn the principles that generally tend to work and produce good decisions, right? And as you get better and more experienced, you learn that all of those principles can be broken at a specific moment, to apply other principles. And that's where chess gets kind of hard. And people are always like, but I thought I learned this. I thought I learned that I'm not supposed to give up the open file. And then you're like, but there's that exception because of this reason. And then they realize, okay, chess is not so simple where you just learn a bunch of rules and apply them and win, right? And that's the beauty of chess. So you guys at this moment are really seeing, the depth and beauty of chess in this move, rook f1.
I found a way not to refute your idea, Irina. It goes rook e2, king g2, knight e8, trying to get rid of the piece that's mating me, right? Rook h1, knight f6, knight f6 check. And now king f8. I mean, king g7, rook h7 transposes, rook h8. And in this position here, if I go to g7, I get checkmated by the rook and knight, just as well as the rook and bishop would have done it. And if I escape to freedom on d6, I drop the rook on e2.
Yep.
So,
Nice line. It's a nice line. And you know, by the way, our chat is I think appreciated that little explanation about the rules and breaking the rules. And I think that comes from my experience teaching chess, guys. I do spend a lot of my time with my students, so that's like a topic that, you know, you are going over. First, you teach them the rules, and then you teach them where to not apply them. But you know, it's never like the rules are just tossed out. It's just that other principles are, maybe they're more hidden, but they're actually the ones being prioritized in the position. So it's never something that just like, oh, wow, for no reason, you know, he's moving the rook off the open file. You know, you just have to figure out which principle actually is being applied.
Yeah, it's largely a competition between many different principles and figuring out which one has priority at that time. So the current position, you know, we haven't fully figured out how Mamedyarov can diffuse this checkmating idea on the H file. Here's the current position. He's thought a really, really long time here without just playing queen f5. So he's not saying this is a simple, obvious position. And we'll see how he handles it when we come back after this short break.
Hi everyone, International Master Danny Wrench, Chess.com's Chief Chess Officer, back again for more chess terms and tactics explained. That's the thing that I'm apparently doing now with my time. I believe being a Chief Chess Officer makes me qualified to break down some basic tactics. So here we go with the fork. Right before your eyes, you see a beautiful, beautiful image of a fork going through a knife. But let's talk about the common ways this tactic occurs. Perhaps no fork is more common, or at least the threat of executing this type of fork is often key to making a lot of tactics work. Whether you actually see top players make this blunder or not, the threat of making a fork upon attacking two minor pieces, either in the opening or even as you transition from opening to middle game, is a very common way to win material, whether it actually happens on the board or whether they prevent it. This is one you really want to know and have in your repertoire. The next example of a fork is probably the one we think of most commonly visually when you imagine a fork. It is a knight attacking two major pieces. Whether it's a check fork where you attack a king and rook, whether it's two rooks as you see here, maybe if you're super lucky, it's a king and a queen, a royal fork as they call it. Either way, the knight coming to the square literally shows you the fork in the road, hence the term fork, as it attacks more than one piece in the enemy camp, and black goes on to win material. The next example of a fork is important because while we don't actually call double attacks by pieces that aren't the pawn or knight forks, it is essentially a fork. Here we see the bishop go to the g4 square, attacking two enemy pieces, the king and the rook. This is a double attack or a fork and goes on to win material. Anytime you're putting more than one piece in your enemy opponent's camp under fire, you are forking, placing a double attack on their pieces. After this, we like to see one real game example, so I picked a special one that we're going to show you now. Here's a game chosen between Grandmaster Georg Meyer and Grandmaster Magnus Carlsen. Some people have heard of these guys. The World Chess Champion went on to win with the black pieces in the Grenke Chess Classic in 2017 when he traded queens on e5. The fun part of this combination is that the first fork is not enough. Jorgmeyer brings the king to e3 and seemingly regains all of his material. But after knight to d3 check, we see the final and fatal fork, winning the rook on b2. Jorgmeyer actually resigned on the spot in this position, as he would obviously go down a ton of material and easily lose the endgame. Hope you enjoyed this video. Hope you're enjoying the broadcast. For all of our subscribers tuning into this content, thank you so much for being that. And I'm going to send it back to the broadcast crew now, and I will see you around on chess.com.
Welcome back, everybody, to Chess.com's coverage of the Superbet Classic in Romania. Before we get back into the round 5 action, I wanted to let you know about the Chess.com Global Championship. The Chess.com Global Championship is your chance to play alongside the world's best players for a title, global champion of the globe. Be a part of history by entering Chess.com's largest chess tournament that's open to everyone. The non-titled open qualifiers run every Sunday from now through the end of July. So what are you waiting for? Head to go.chess.com/CWC 2022 for more information and get verified to play.
Yeah, global champion sounds almost as good as world champion, right?
Oh, yeah. I mean, almost better. Maybe universe champion.
Yeah, no, it's a great new event. You know, I have to say, I love how innovative chess.com is and just bringing more and more events to the chess community. And I'm sure you guys can appreciate that. Like, online chess has exploded and chess.com has been a big part of it. And we are really living in a great age for chess, that people can just sit at home and enjoy great content with, like, you know, great commentary, great action on the boards from all over the world. Players can play even when they're, you know, locked down in their homes, still bringing you some kind of sports action. So yeah, I feel like chess is going through a really great period these days.
Oh yeah, definitely a good time for chess. Has Mamedyarov come up with anything here while we were on break?
No, I think he's still shocked. He's still like, how can my opponent do this? You know, that wasn't the plan.
Yeah, he's like, he came off of the E file. I thought we were going to trade rooks and then trade queens on the E file and look for a handshake. Now this guy wants to checkmate me. And
Right.
so he's deep in the
The
tank.
funny thing is with Rook F1, the intentions are so unmistakable, right? That he knows what that move means. And that move is literally Caruana saying, I'm going to mate you.
Yeah. Yeah. It looks a little passive, but it says that you want checkmate. So it's not. Where should we go, Irina, while he's thinking this over?
Yeah.
I know you don't want to see the leader.
Yeah, I don't necessarily want to see the leader because I really feel like we're going to have tons of time to get to that game. So let's take a look actually at Report versus Dominguez. I mean, unless you guys are fans of like very quiet end games, I hope you can understand our decision. Like it will just go on and we'll just take a look at Wesley So's game later.
Yeah.
Report Dominguez is the one that started out in this really funky way in the opening with this completely unusual move, knight e2. And this move just seems to break a principle without actually too much to exonerate it, right, David? I mean, knight e2 is, it's a hard move to justify on move 2, blocking in your bishop, developing your knight more passively than you need.
I have not yet seen any position on the board or an analysis where I would not have immediately said I would prefer this knight on f3. No such position has come up yet today. So yeah, hard to justify up till now.
Let's go back a little bit and see, how they got to this position.
Right. So we had e5, knight e4, and then unfortunately no f3. Just boring old queen d4, where again, I would wonder about just having this knight on f3 instead of e2.
D5 probably.
D5 and the trade en passant on d6 because, yeah, I mean, black's threatening bishop c5 and I guess also knight c6 would be a secondary threat. So it was taken, and then white develops knight c3, black develops knight c6, bishop d7, bishop d2.
I mean, it looks like he's trying to it's funny. I was going to say the only way Report is going to be able to like mix it up in this position is to castle queenside, which he actually did a couple of days ago against Dioc. So I'm not like shocked, but I really have to say it looks like it's hard to imagine a white having much in this position. I mean, they don't really have, a lead in development. There's no concept of space in this position because all the center pawns have been traded off, and it just feels like black shouldn't have any problems in this game, but we are going to see opposite sides castling most likely. So that's going to be, the big imbalance on the board.
Or we might see a quick endgame, which you apparently would enjoy less than me, but I have become a fan of what you call boring endgames. So what happened is Dominguez played bishop g7, and here, big choice for Report. He could have done something like h4, h5 right here.
Right.
If black castles,
but, he's got this knight on e2, the undeveloped bishop on f1.
Yeah.
Black's bishop is great. Plus his queen is very vulnerable on a4 to like discoveries like knight d4, which I actually think was already an idea on the board. And so I guess this is why he felt the need to go queen e4, huh?
Yeah, his position.
He didn't go queen e4 here. He went knight e4, perhaps.
Yeah, the knight and bishop are a little bit of a drag on any kind of aggressive action you try to take on, right? But I mean, if he really wanted to go for the thrills with queenside castling, I think this would have been the moment to play h4, h5 like Dioc. It would be sort of like normal looking here, as long as it doesn't have a huge problem against knight to d4, right? If we can find some square for the queen,
probably
here.
b4. So that you don't run into knight c4.
Right. Queen b4 hitting this knight, maybe a5 for black, sacking the b pawn.
Yeah, you're not sacking. I also thought that, honestly, David. I didn't see that the b7 was protected.
Preparing bishop c6. Oh, the knight's already defending it?
Yeah.
I was thinking queen b7, bishop c6, trapping the queen.
Yeah, you trapped the queen. That's true. But yeah, no, black does seem pretty comfortable here. So he moved the knight to e4.
Right. So he played I guess you could say like a less aggressive continuation, right?
He's threatening knight takes d6 to give black, an isolated pawn. So okay,
Right.
black naturally doesn't want that.
And maybe preparing bishop c3 to reduce the pressure against the queen side. But I mean, that's trading his two minor pieces. It's not going to create a lot of pressure on black, and the remaining minor pieces, as you've pointed out, not doing too much. So knight e4, queen e4, queen e7. And yeah, I mean, I think a queen trade's a distinct possibility, not to spoil your day.
Yes. Well, David, we were being asked in the chat if I am the person who wrote the book Chess Queens. And I did want to clarify, I haven't written any chess books yet, guys, maybe one day in the future, but my good friend Jennifer Shahadi, who also you probably have seen on chess.com commentating here, she is the author of the book Chess Queens, history of the women in chess, from the best players of the previous ages to the best players of today. And I do have this book. I just recently picked up my copy that she signed for me in St. Louis. And as soon as, I'm a little bit less busy, I'm going to start reading it. It looks really good. So I recommend that you guys check it out. It's called Chess Queens. And especially, since the Queen's Gambit became so popular, people have become, more interested to learn about the top women in chess.
Yeah. Yeah, it looks like chat is wondering whether or not the follow-up might be called Chess Chicks. seems to be seems to be a very intense discussion of whether you can call women chicks the way you can call men dudes. But this book, Queens, I guess is kind of, the word queen is trying to focus on greatness as well as being a reference to the chess piece.
But I love your ideas, guys, for other ways that you can address me. I mean, these were great. Madam, or Her Highness, or
Her Highness,
my lady. I love the my lady. That sounds great.
Yeah, that sounds very, very high class.
Yeah. So we can find a lot of other ways you can address me, other than chick.
Other than chick, yeah. I've never heard the phrase chess chick before today. But I do think that baby chickens are really cute. Really cute.
Yeah. And, personally, guys, just to join in, I agree with what you guys are saying. Like, the word chick is maybe not the most, most eloquent to describe, a female commentator, but there's a lot worse out there. And so we can't be too hard on our friends in the chat who tried that. I think, some people just have a more casual jargon, and so I would not be offended by that at all.
Yeah. You could also have a book called Chess Chic. We could drop the K and just talk about what's fashionable in chess.
Yeah, I like that. Chess chic. And I love chess clothing, always, like, when I see anything that looks like a chessboard, I try to buy it.
That's how I ended up with that hat and that wallet. Now, knight e2, do you think that's ever going to become chess chic? I think that move we're not necessarily going to see repeated.
Yeah, that doesn't seem like a novelty that's going to attract a lot of followers, other than mini reports.
Yeah, I mean, I think reports going to have a lot of fans and followers, but they're not going to be playing knight e2. There wasn't much behind that. And yeah, there was a question in chat why Dominguez would be so low on time in a position that looks fairly standard, other than White's knight being on e2.
Well, this is not even that low on time for him, David. This is actually okay for him. Like, he's not down an hour on the clock, like sometimes happens to him. This is only about 20 minutes. And also, he did run into something completely new. So he's been thinking on his own for move 2. Yeah. And, there's a big difference in starting to think on your own for move, 15 and for move 2. So he's already played a good chunk of the game. And also, he's reached a position where I think his time is completely adequate to the position at hand. I mean, the complexity here is not huge, right? There's no pawn structure decisions to be taken. There's a very decent chance this is all going to fizzle out, I guess. And yeah, so I don't think his clock management is too much of a problem here.
In fact, I mean, this is not as exciting as the variation I found in the Caruana game, but look at what's possible here, Irina. We could, with this variation here, achieve perfect symmetry.
Wow. No, that is a find, David. That is really a find, and it's amazing. But wait.
Yeah.
But
I didn't blunder any pieces,
David?
to achieve this.
No, but there's something even more amazing about what you're showing us.
There is a
which is that
magic trick to this.
You've achieved perfect symmetry, but it's Black's turn to move.
Exactly.
Black is actually the one up a tempo, amazingly enough.
That's right. It's sleight of hand. You could show this to somebody and say, where did white and black switch colors? And they would be just as mystified as when you pull a coin out of their ear. I mean, just where did white liquidate that tempo?
I mean, I'm guessing it's all those queen moves that white made, right?
Somewhere in those 6 queen moves, maybe. Yeah, somewhere in the 6 queen moves. Anyway, queen e7 is not going to be any kind of advantage for white, I don't think. I've also considered the move knight c3 for white, which also has a not very exciting variation, but it goes knight c3. And if bishop takes c3, my justification is to trade with check and then enjoy a nice dark squared bishop in the end game. That would be really, really bad for black, I assume. So I think on knight c3 would be more likely the black would just trade.
For this game is that it's going to be a draw. Like, I do feel like the way it's playing out, like this is very much something like Dominguez should feel comfortable in. And I don't think that Rapport achieves like the kind of crazy position that he usually likes to get. And I think we have a few games now we need to choose from. So I would recommend maybe we take a look at Caruana Mamedyarov, because the move that Mamedyarov made is truly surprising. And
what?
I mean, yeah. So now, guys, like who would think that black would put a knight on the side of the board when he's getting attacked on the king side, right? So at the first glance, like, rook f1, I could definitely understand, but like knight a6 feels a lot worse. And I do see the eval bar is not in love with that move. It just looks actually, completely wrong.
It's like rook f1 broke Mamedyarov's processes, right? Like it just crashed his system. Where's the knight headed? I mean, honestly, knight a8 to b6 almost looks better than knight a6.
Yeah, well, I mean, first of all, white can always play c3, and then I truly have no idea what that knight is doing there. But he also might just like focus on the attack. So like, is there a way, David? So we don't have just queen g3, just to point out that like queen g3 unfortunately runs into knight e4. If it wasn't for that, like queen g3, queen h4 would be like a nice invasion.
Queen g3, h4. Same with queen d2 to h6. White just has to stay out of the way of knight e4. So the main move we would want to play for white if we wanted to mate here is f3. That's kind of the main plan for Fabi. So probably the first thing we should check on is we stop knight e4. We threaten queen d2 and as well this knight g4 plan. So now knight b4, I'm gonna say looks really, really, really terrible here. Turning queen d2 into a double attack. I don't know what the point of knight a6 is. Maybe to go take the pawn on a2 here. And then I don't know.
Yeah. Well, he's going to need to play maybe something like queen f5.
Queen f5 now.
Or knight f4, knight like after, well, right after knight, well, knight after knight b4, I guess he's in some trouble right after knight b4 because he's basically facing a double attack, right?
Knight g4, threatening any piece to h6.
Right. So knight a6 F3. Let's go back and see what we got there.
Yeah, sorry. Okay, so we'll put the knight back on A6 and see what black wants to do here.
Oh, well, now that there's F3, at least there is rook E6, David. That is important because there's no longer queen H3.
Previously lost to this. Let's just continue the plan that you came up with for Fabi, though. We'll bring the knight to G4.
Okay, let's try knight E8 and fighting against the bishop.
Right, knight E8 to resist. I think I need to keep my piece, so I'll just drop it back.
Yeah, and unfortunately, I don't have the move F6 here because G6 is hanging.
Yeah.
And what is your threat, actually? Do you have?
I don't know that I have any great threat. I mean, maybe King F2 would be my next move.
Yes, King F2. King F2, I completely agree. It's actually a great way to bring the rook in. So what if we go? It's amazing that, like, even if we go, let's try Queen E7. So I want to try to go Queen H4.
Right.
And the funny thing is, like, what about G3, David? Even G3 is kind of interesting, just like stopping.
That's what I'm thinking. And now Queen H3, I guess.
Queen H3 and Queen D1.
Funky
Queen
positions.
H3, Queen D1.
Oh,
isn't that crazy?
That's what I need.
Yes.
That's what I needed. Queen D1. Well, that's that.
Yeah.
Nice knowing you, Shock.
Like, look at that knight on A6, like still completely out of the game. But Fabi played bishop E5. He did make a move, and it's not F3.
Okay.
But I mean, obviously his move is not shocking to us.
No, preemptively, this move makes sense because, Irina, it stops Queen F5. That's maybe an important part of the move order he played. Like, he might still have exactly your plan of F3 and knight to G4, but where we were looking at F3, I mean, before knight A6, we were thinking Queen F5 was like a main idea for black, right? And that might have been a defense against F3 here as well, even with knight A6 being more or less a wasted move.
Yeah.
But with bishop E5 on Queen F5, you can take on D6 now. So that would be
that wins a piece.
That would be no bueno. So maybe just restraining that, and
yeah, our chat is giving us an interesting take. They're saying bishop E5 is the best move, followed by F4 and activate the rook. F4 is an interesting positional move. Yeah, you're kind of weakening your light squares a lot, possibly trapping in your bishop. But I mean,
allowing knight E4 and then F6. No.
So bishop E5. I mean, first of all, like, yeah, knight B4, you're always going Queen D2. So like literally, like, I don't know, knight A6 just seems like the worst move I've seen in this tournament.
Yeah, I mean, why play C3 if knight B4 loses by force in every position?
Right. Okay. So you chose to kind of like misplace the knights. You're defending without it.
Yeah.
So at this point, like, what is he supposed to do? He doesn't have Queen F5. Does he even have any moves? Like knight E4 runs into F3.
Is there rook E6, Queen H3, F6, bishop F6?
Yeah, bishop F6 wins the pawn, wins the game.
I
mean, the problem here, guys, is not even about like white's plan. It's like, what is black supposed to do?
Yeah, a little hard to move here. Like, you could play knight E4 yourself, trying to play F6, but white can play F3, which is fully within white's plans.
Yeah, you know what else he wants to do? Queen G3, the move that earlier was failing to knight E4. I mean, actually, Queen G3 attacks the knight, threatens Queen H4, threatens knight G4. Like, how is that not like a big idea for white?
Queen G3, threatening and threatening. Yeah, and like, I was going to put in like a waiting move for black to show queen g3, but the first move that came to mind was like, what if you just brought this knight back towards the correct side of the board, but then queen g3 lines up the two hanging knights. So that wasn't a very neutral move. So you would get like knight e4, queen h4, I guess f6, giving up a pawn.
Yeah, well, I mean, I do think that this game is going to be decisive at this point. I mean, I don't think Fabi's going to let him out after such a move like knight a6. So I guess, guys, we're going to go for a really short break, and then we're going to get updated on the game between Diak and Firouzja, which is also developing in a really interesting way. So we'll see you guys in a few minutes.
Hey everyone, International Master Danny Wrench, Chess.com's Chief Chess Officer, back again with another chess terms and tactics explained. Today's tactic is the pin, which is an immobilizing tactic, a tactic that restricts and, as you can kind of see, holds the enemy pieces down so that you might bring more firepower to them, hopefully win material down the road. We start out with a basic description. One of the most common ways you see a piece pinned is right before your eyes. A bishop pinning a knight to a major piece. Often the queen or the king is what you see here. Obviously, the knight moving out of the way allows the queen to be taken, so usually not an ideal thing to do. Hence, one of the most common examples of a pin, the bishop to the knight. The next pin is an absolute pin. An absolute pin means it is against the rules. You absolutely cannot move that piece, and it allows for slightly more powerful types of tactics. When the king is involved, the buck stops right there. Here we see the queen sacrifice herself on d7, moving the rook into a pin by the bishop on h3, and that allows for the checkmate to follow, white bringing the rook all the way down to the e8 square. An absolute pin is the type of pin you can hang your hat on, for lack of a more awkward, cringy pun, right? TM, awkward puns by Danny Wrench. Take that, Danya. Who's got the awkward puns now? This example really shows you what's at stake when the king is involved. Absolute pins really immobilize the enemy pieces because they simply cannot move per the rules of the game. Our next relative pin is also just designed to show that while the knight can legally move, probably not something you want to do because the queen will hang. Okay, and with that last description, we're going to jump over to our real game example, this taken from the World Chess Championship match between Alexander Aliohan and Jose Raul Capablanca long ago. This is one of the most amazing, one of my favorite examples of the power of a pin. It started with the move f4. Really a nice move to put the black queen on an even worse square than whence she stood on the centralized e5 point. With the queen completely out of the way and no chance you could ever move this rook and safeguard the lady, white now eliminates the knight on e4 and spends every move from here on out preparing to bring the rook to gang up on the relative pin. Now, why can't white do that right away? Bringing the rook to c1 would allow black to take with check, as the only thing that's more valuable perhaps than a hanging queen is a hanging king. White would have to take back, and Aliohan would have gained absolutely nothing for the pin. So instead, Aliohan plays the brilliant king f2, getting the king off of the checking square. Only then, after protecting the threat of a check on h4 with g3, does white bring the rook to c1 and ultimately see his opponent, Jose Raul Capablanca, resign. Hope you're enjoying the Chess Explained Terms breakdown. Hope you're enjoying the broadcast and the show that you're watching right now. I'm going to let you get back to it with the team, and I will see you around on chess.com.
And we're back, continuing our coverage of the Superbet Chess Classic Romania 2022. We are now in round 5, a little bit past the midway point of the tournament. we do have a clear leader in the tournament, Wesley So, who admittedly is not playing the most exciting game today, so we haven't yet touched upon it. Looking at it, it seems quite clear, especially now that it's headed for a draw. But we do have to make up for it a couple of really exciting games, like we got Fabiano Caruana trying to mate Shahryar Mamedyarov. And we got Diak Bogdan Daniel, who is playing Alireza Firouzja. So let's take a look at that, David.
Yeah. So I've put us back to the last position that we had seen a little bit earlier today so we could recap the moves that have been played since then. The last we'd seen, Firouzja had put the queen on b6. We talked about knight a4. We talked about knight e1. We did not talk about Diak's choice of queen b3. This move definitely comes as a surprise to me. What's your first impression of this queen trade offer?
Yeah, 100%. I was surprised. I did see that, looking at, glancing at the position as we were talking about the other games. I mean, this is a conservative move, right? Queen b3. I was kind of concerned we might be seeing moves like that, where he gets this big advantage, but is not necessarily playing the most aggressive moves. Do I understand the need for the queen trade? Not exactly. I really don't. I like the idea more of trying to push away the queen and push away the knight, not just to trade it. Now, I don't think black will trade either because he doesn't want to open up white's rook. But I mean, queen takes b6 is not a real threat by white.
Right. So you think in this position, neither player would really want to take the opponent's queen and give the other player the file.
Yep. I don't think anyone really wants to do that. So, I mean, is white going to play knight a4 even after queen b3? Possibly, but it just feels like a very strange move, queen b3. So let's see what happened after that.
Okay. Alireza played knight to h5, leaving the queens facing each other. White played knight h2.
Can we just point out, David, that knight h5 is not as weird and senseless looking as it might look, because it looks pretty weird. The knight actually is threatening to go to g3. So there is a point to knight h5, very concrete idea of going knight g3.
And then on queen takes queen, knight e2.
Getting a trade on e2. And of course, black wants to trade pieces because he has less space. So we know that is a very powerful concept when you're playing against a space advantage.
Yeah.
So white played knight h2. And by threatening the knight on g4, he takes care of the knight g3 problem.
Right. Now on knight g3, white could play bishop takes g4. Leaving the queens facing each other, leaving the knight on g3, and white just wins a piece.
And knight h2 is not terrible looking or anything. I mean, as long as he gets rid of the knight on g4 in some way, I think that it makes sense. Yeah.
I want to say the other move that I think black might be wanting to play in these positions is f5. Do you think that that's, if there weren't, knight g3 and knight h2 and pieces hanging, what do you think of the idea of playing f5 here for black, just straight up trying to open up the rook?
Yeah, interesting. I definitely think it's possible.
Could be done, right? So, so knight h2, one of my thoughts here was, how about trading and playing f5?
And is he thinking now, or wait, don't tell me what is going on in their board? Because that knight's not on h2 anymore, David.
Right. In the game, he's played knight f3. That's a single repetition. If Firouzja played knight h5, that would be repeating.
Whoa. Well, look, I don't know why he did that. Maybe he thought he would gain a little bit of time. But usually I feel, David, people, unless they're actually literally at 1 minute and they need that time at the end, right? People don't start repeating when they want to play for a win. It's not good psychologically even. I personally wouldn't. If I had confidence in my position here as white, I don't even think I would let my opponent think I was interested in a draw, you know, because it feels like you're showing some psychological weakness. Now, of course, you can still turn it down, but like something tells me like that's just not a chess player's natural way to go about it. Like go knight f3, and you know, at this point in the game, like, so right now, how many times have we had this position already? We had it once. Okay, this one is twice already.
Yeah.
But now, yeah, now black is probably just going to go knight h5. I mean, he doesn't mind a draw. He knows his position's not that good. But
maybe,
I mean, yeah.
You mentioned that Diak has profited a little bit so far off of the overpressing by rapport, and he might have a sense that Firouzja is willing to, you know, do some kind of contortion to try to beat him. Maybe he wants to say like, hey, your position's bad and you're black and you have to play, you know, some weird bad move if you want to try to beat me.
Yeah, I mean, black can definitely just do something else, right? He can do bishop d7. I mean, white's not threatening that much. Black can certainly just develop bishop d7. You know, knight d7 is a move, but it's actually a really interesting moment. I mean, Firouzja, he's ambitious. He chose the King's Indian for a reason. And even though he might know that he's objectively worse, I mean, he might decide like that this is a bit of a sign of weakness on his opponent's part, and like, and decide to play on. I would not be shocked if Firouzja is the one who declines, you know, to play knight h5 here.
Yeah, and maybe that's what Diak wants, you know, for like Firouzja to take on the responsibility of trying to win this game from this position.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it's a tricky way to do it. I personally wouldn't, you know, David, like, I know it's practical enough to just be like, all right, you're the higher rated player. You want to win, take some risk. My approach is usually, I don't like to do that. Like, I don't feel like just because they're higher rated, I should play in like a more kind of cowardly way to make them like take more risk to beat me. That's not like my style.
Right.
Yeah, it's really not, but like maybe like I would say I could like go so far as say like I would be willing to be like a bit more like cautious if the tournament situation requires. Like I could play a little more carefully, and if they really want to go crazy to beat me, they can, but not like if I'm better and you know, like, you know, you have every reason to play and then you're basically just starting to repeat the moves and making them decline the repetition. That's a little bit different.
Yeah. It would definitely feel a bit lame. But you know, if Firouzja were comfortable with the draw, he's definitely spending quite a bit of time on this move, right?
Yeah.
Like if he just knew that he were happy with the draw and you're black and sort of a bad position, you could at least play the knight h5 move pretty quickly the second time around, because you've already thought about it once and thought that it was an okay move. And white hasn't achieved anything against it. So it is feeling to me like Firouzja will not repeat.
Yeah, he will not repeat. I agree with you. I definitely agree that is more likely, that he will just be like, no, we're not gonna keep this going. So, all right. Well, this is an interesting moment for us. I guess. Wow. Okay. I mean, Rapport versus Dominguez. I mean, does white really have any little pull in that endgame? Maybe we can just take a look.
Knight c3 was played. Castle's queenside, and now trading and probably bishop c4. Yeah.
Hey guys, I'm sorry to interrupt you, David, but there's a big argument going on in the chat that we need to clarify, right?
Do we? Okay.
we gotta wait in. All right.
All right.
It's IM versus WGM. Like, people are wondering, is this the same? Is it different? Okay, I'll give you my take, guys. I mean, yes, IM is the higher title, but yes, they are also close. I mean, it's not like a huge difference. Actually, the difference could be even up to like 100 points, it can be substantial, right? You can have like an IM rated 24.99 who's like really close to GM level. And at that point, you know, so it's basically a 100 point difference potentially, or it could be like 5 points. So it depends on who are the exact players you're comparing. But 100 points, it's well, I mean, I would say it's close enough in chess, right? But I mean, there's a difference there.
Yeah.
What do you think, David?
Yeah, I mean, I think you make a good point. It's sort of player by player who might be stronger or weaker, but a lot of the players are going to be very, very close in rating between WGM or IM. Some players are going to have both titles and then choose which one that they prefer to, you know, lead with or put in front of their name when they're doing events. Yeah, I mean, I've known what the ratings were for a long time, so it's just it's not too interesting a discussion to me at some point. I mean, the ratings are all listed in the FIDE handbook, and sort of you know what they are.
Yeah, well, you know, a lot of our, you know, viewers maybe not reading the FIDE handbooks, you know, so it's like they're wondering. But anyway, let's.
Yeah, I mean, if they don't know, then the people saying that the title requirements for IM are slightly higher rated are correct.
Yeah, they are correct about that. They're a bit higher. Okay, so let's take a look here, guys.
Rook E1 is the choice from Rapport. There were pawns hanging for both players here. They on F7 and G2. So Dominguez, instead of defending F7, plays the active move Bishop C6. And potentially, if Rapport defended the G pawn with F3 or Rook G1 or something, potentially Black could play Knight D5 instead of resorting to a move like Rook F8. So that's kind of like the idea behind Bishop C6, I think, is trying not to just go into the move Rook F8 here. And Rapport answers with Rook E1 attacking the knight. So now I would think the big question is, can Black just play Knight D5 here to get off scot-free?
So then you have to calculate, you got to calculate Knight D5, Bishop G5.
Yeah.
Or David, actually, maybe even, yeah, I guess Knight, Bishop G, or even Bishop takes D5, Bishop takes D5, and then Bishop G5.
Right. Yeah,
Also,
that move.
Another thing to look
that
at.
Variation there potentially threatening. And can Black throw in Bishop takes C3 themselves?
I think they can. I think they can. Yeah. And that's why this line is okay.
Hitting this rook. If pawn takes C3, rook D7 is really solid, or rook D6 or something. And if takes, and and Black's actually going to be up a pawn, I think.
Yeah, Black.
So nothing special for white there.
So Knight D5 I think is okay, and also Knight F5 looks quite all right. Yeah, like our chat member was suggesting Knight F5, and I would say looks totally fine as well. Like you just it's a trade of F7 for G2, which I don't think white is going to be doing. And also your knight might want to go to D4 at some point. Seems okay. Like let's say F3. Let's just put the move on the board. So should we can't really go Knight H4. Probably no. I mean, Bishop G5, we can get away with it. We can take on D1. Knight H4 is actually interesting. Black can continue being like,
wow,
you know, not really interested in protecting F7. Although if he wanted to, Knight D6 looks like a perfectly normal move.
Yeah. Let before we go on an adventure, let's just say Knight D6 defending F7 with the tempo here, and then next move Rook HE8 has a very solid, clean option for Dominguez, right? I mean, just it doesn't feel like he's particularly threatened there. Yeah.
So yeah, this game, like I said, a long time ago, it definitely went more on Dominguez's path than Laporte's. And I really do wonder, like, what the preparation was, like, when you see this game, it's a little bit hard to understand, like, well, what was Laporte's concept exactly? But let's take a look, David, at Fabiano versus Mamedyarov, because we know that game is going to have some blood in it, so we don't want to miss it.
Yeah, we want to bathe in that blood. So let's see. Queen e6 was the move. I don't know, inching towards f6, I guess, would be the defensive idea for Schach here. While keeping an eye on the knight on d6, which is a vulnerability there. So I guess queen g3 is the idea that you had mentioned before, as a very likely follow-up for white. Now the knight on d6 is hanging there. We could look at that first, or is there some other move?
Yeah, I like to look at that first. I mean, I'm very curious. Like, first of all, we're attacking the knight, so tempo is good.
So we hit the knight.
Yeah.
If it goes to f5.
F5. Okay, so the f5 is correct, because on a queen h3, the idea is to go f6. That is Mamedyar's defensive concept. So you got to keep the queen out of h4, because the queen would also prevent f6 from happening if it was on h4. And then you go f6, and suddenly, look at that. Life is pretty good. The attack is beat back.
Yeah, it looks totally fine for black. So we need a move for white against this. Ideally, a move that doesn't allow f6, right?
Right. So, but there's queen g5.
Queen g5.
Queen g5, and then go knight g4, and just come in for the harvest there.
The knight's coming, and on queen e7, you just have bishop f6, just avoiding trades.
Eventually you'll, I think, eliminate this f5 defender, this f5 obstacle that you got. So I mean, we can try queen e7. Let's just try it. Like queen e7, bishop f6, queen
just back where she was.
Yeah, back where she was. Knight g4.
Now knight g4, and then we're just preparing bishop e5, knight f6.
Yeah, that's right. That's pretty good to me.
Yeah,
I think he can find that. I mean, that doesn't seem anything, like, if we're finding it,
I mean, there's no way he's not going to consider queen g3. There's no way he's not even going to consider it, right? I don't know if there are other really good moves he might also be considering. I remember our chat wanted to play f4, f5, which looks kind of ridiculous.
Interesting, but like, it just doesn't seem necessary at all.
Yeah.
To weaken more squares. I mean, okay, basically, here's the bottom line, guys. The only thing you can't let black do is play f6 and kick your bishop out.
Okay.
So that's what white needs to look at. Like, and he can't do it here because g6 is going to hang. So just pay attention to that detail. And as long as you cannot remove my bishop. Now, what other things can you do? I mean, what about queen g3, knight c4? Let's try that. I mean, it's my only way to really challenge your bishop.
I'm thinking of maybe letting
knight g4,
you take it.
Yeah,
and put the knight on f6 instead.
Take with the pawn, get in with knight f6. I mean, okay, king g7 though. That's a defensive move. Because
now the former idea of f4, f5 doesn't look as bad.
Right, it doesn't. But the thing is, they're going to put their queen on f5. They're not going to let us drive in that pawn.
Yeah, f4.
So like, this doesn't look that terrible for black, to be honest.
No, I mean, you would prefer to play white with that knight on a6, but we didn't crush black. Let's see if we can.
We didn't, and if you give them a little bit of time, like, their knight will come into the game via c5 and e4.
Knight
so
c4. I didn't have any bright ideas other than knight g4 here.
Maybe f4, David. Ooh, that's kind of interesting.
Once the knight abandons its control over f5, f4 here.
I like it very much.
Wait, f4 has been played in the game.
What? Oh, it's on the board.
I
Oh,
went to
nice.
chat just to see if they would be cheering about like the fact that we were playing F4 for
Yeah.
them. And
I'll
they
be
said, no,
honest,
no, no,
guys, I
Fabi's
did
already
not
played it
see
for
it.
us.
Yeah, I didn't see it. I mean, that was just what I thought of. But yeah, it makes a lot of sense. And you just want to. Oh wait, so he didn't. Oh, sorry, he didn't play Queen G3. No, but he played F4 immediately without Queen
Right.
G3 though.
Yeah.
Ah, okay. But I think also in the way that we looked at it was very interesting. Queen G3, Knight C4, and F4.
Here it's a
Yeah.
little bit surprising, but let's try and put it together. The queen can't go to F5 because the bishop takes knight.
Yes.
If the knight goes to F5, white can probably play
Knight G4.
knight G4.
Then that's it. I'm coming into F6.
Yeah. And if the knight goes to E4, then maybe white can play F5 as a pawn sack and get the rook engaged before black plays F6. So knight E4 is going to be the main challenge because that just threatens F6.
F6. Okay, so now let's see how we're going to break this down. So you want F6, like you really, really want F6. I mean, by the way, guys, now if black plays F6, that's not just a positional move. Like he's actually trying to trap our bishop. So
that's why the knight's on A6.
Yeah, right. That's why the knight is on A6, stepping away from being captured. All right. So F5 and then Queen H3, right? That's
I assume we have to try and break the structure, get the rook active, threaten checkmate, get F6 played, and
we're supposed to be winning here. How is that? Oh, pawn takes and what? Like rook H. Just Queen G4 and mate with rook H5. Yes. Okay.
Yeah. So
our chat says Crush and David are trying to win as white. Yeah, you got it, guys. I want to win as white. I feel like when you have positions like this, you got to want to win. And it's nothing against Mamedyarov, who I also really respect as a chess player. But I mean, I respect white's position more.
Yeah, I mean, if someone's attacking, it's generally a little bit more fun to look for the win for the attacker. But it's also, for me, I mean, anytime somebody plays a move I don't like, even if I've got nothing against them as a person on that particular day, I'll be looking for ways to punish a chess move I don't like, right? So when Mamedyarov played knight A6, it just became, would I be able to beat this stupid looking move?
David, we got an interesting question in the chat that I'm going to take before we go to our break. And it's a question for me from Finn Kedden. He's saying, what is it like to be on the receiving end of a game that's considered brilliant? Thinking of her game versus Kostyuk in the online Olympiad. Yeah, that game, first of all, I would agree that was a really attractive game by my opponent. And, I noticed that it was, making its way through, different like videos were made about it, I think. And which makes sense. It was in a really important tournaments, the online Olympiad. We were playing the final match against Russia, and she did play this nice game. How does it feel for me? Totally fine. I mean, look, I appreciate my opponent's efforts, right? And when I played that game, like I kind of saw that I was missing these tactics, and then I let her play like the most brilliant like checkmate at the end, because I was like, well, that's just what she deserves to be able to play. I mean, I'm going to lose anyway. So I feel fine. I mean, I wouldn't want to have a collection of games like where I lose, like going around the internet here, Crush loses to brilliancy after brilliancy because she sets her opponent up for like beautiful tactics. I wouldn't want that, but in general, if that happens once in a while, I mean, it's totally fine.
Yeah, that's right. Well said, Irina. Nothing to add to that. Perfect. It is very good, everybody out there, to be willing to appreciate your opponents at times. Yeah, you're not the only hero in the history of the world. Your opponents, they're allowed to have some good games too. Let's be appreciative of our opponents. You want to take a short break here, Irina, and I'm going to put the live position back on the board as F4 has just been played. Knight E4, F5 looks like the most critical continuation here, and probably very good for Fabi. And oh no, we've got another move. We'll update that. Knight to B8.
Oh yeah, feels like a stunner, doesn't it, David? Like it's going to change a lot in this game.
Hey, it's coming to D7.
Yeah, unfortunately, the knight is not like a very fast moving piece, is it? But I mean, I get the idea. I support the idea of it being on D7 for sure. Before we go, let's just quickly, leave the audience with an idea of what we expect to happen. So he's not going to play F5, is he? I don't think.
We have to check it. F5, Queen F5, Bishop D. No, F5, Knight F5.
Actually, maybe Knight G4 there, but
Knight
he's in
G4
time
there
to play Knight D7, so that's quite clever.
Mm-hmm.
Right, F5 pawn sack is definitely an idea.
Yeah, it's possible.
Mm-hmm.
It's the main move that's screaming to play with the structure. I mean, the pawn is just trapping the bishop and the rook.
David. And I'll just add one more thing. On Queen G3, a very common idea that we've been using. I think the problem is that on Knight D7, Queen H4, they're just in time to play F6. And this is exactly how, we don't want to allow the game to go.
Right, just what we don't want. I just noticed one other thing about the immediate F5, just a simple little tactic with Knight B8, F5. If the G pawn takes, then Queen G3 will pick up a piece right there. So that's worth noting, because that means that on F5, the only move is Knight takes F5. That just, when you're working in an actual game, folks, it really helps if you can narrow down the options really quickly, right? Like if you say F5 is sort of popping into my head, and then if you can quickly figure out that only one of the three captures is even possible, it makes it a lot easier to keep working on that idea.
Yeah, I mean, I find the game fascinating, guys, and I don't really want to go anywhere, but we're going to take a really short break, and we will be back with this game in a couple of minutes.
Hi, everybody. International Master Danny Wrench at your service. Once again, Chess.com's Chief Chess Officer. Doing what they have me do now, explain more chess terms and tactics. On the docket for us today is the skewer. The skewer is one of the most forcing tactics in chess. It's an artillery tactic, if you will, because it blasts your opponent's pieces out of the way where they reluctantly have to allow you to capture whatever is waiting behind your attacking piece, or behind their defending piece, if you will. The skewer occurs on the straight lines of the chessboards only. It is a tactic that can occur on diagonals, ranks, and files only. Here we see a pretty simple example. A queen comes up to the diagonal, forcing the king out of the way to win the queen behind it. Again, I like this position because it shows you the difference clearly between a skewer and a pin. Whereas a pin has the less valuable piece in front of the more valuable piece, not able to move, immobilized as we described it in our pin video. A skewer forces the more valuable piece out of the way, whether they like it or not. In this next example, we see that really clearly on the board. The bishop comes to the F3 square, the more valuable piece is attacked, reluctantly allowing the knight to be captured on B7. As much as the queen might like to stay on the D5 square, she acknowledges that she's more valuable to her army than the knight behind her on B7, but the knight is not happy to be lost regardless. This is a very clear example of the more valuable piece being forced out of the way in order to give a capture to the least valuable piece, the less valuable piece behind it. As always, we bring it to a close with a real life position. This one, not a real life position stolen from a game, but rather a famous and important puzzle shared with me by our own Vice President of Content, Sam Copeland. This particular position really illustrates the geometry of the skewer because white is facing his own double attack. The rook on C5 and the checkmate threat on H8 are both problems. But with the move rook H5, exclamation point, we attract the rook, attraction tactic coming in a future video, to H5 so that we can then follow with rook a6 check, and no matter where the king goes to the 5th rank, the rook is lost to a skewer at the end of the line. I really like this position. Glad Sam shared it because it shows the power of when you know a tactic and it sits in your brain with knowledge, you can sometimes get yourself out of tougher positions that you wouldn't otherwise be able to. A move like rook h5, not something you're going to play every day to give away a rook for free if you're not aware of the awesome geometry that can occur on a chessboard and the ways that a skewer can win material at the end of a combination like this. So, hope you're enjoying these Chess Explained videos. Hope you're enjoying the broadcast and the show. I'm going to send it back to the commentary team now, and we'll see you around on chess.com.
Hey guys, we are back to our coverage of the 5th round of the Superbet Chess Classic Romania 2022. And before we get into the games, we want to tell you about the tournament that is starting today. It is called the I Am Not a GM Speed Chess Championship, one of the funnest events on chess.com, where you get like a lot of really good players that are just a bit below the professional level. We get a lot of famous streamers. Perhaps some of your favorite streamers are going to be playing today. We got Levi Rosman, a Gotham Chess, is playing Nemo Zhao. So we got like a man versus woman matchup today as well. It's always kind of interesting battle of the sexes, right? And let's see. So today the match will start very soon, basically at 9 a.m. Pacific. So that's just in a couple of hours, guys, 12 p.m. Eastern time. So tune in for the action and on chess.com and go visit go.chess.com/IMSCC2022 for more info.
Yeah. So that we figured out is probably why people were discussing WGM versus IM title earlier today. But we're back with the action. And let's just do a quick like zip around on every board for a second, Irina, just so we can assess what's going on every board. Even if it's boring, we'll just go quickly if it doesn't light any fires for you. By
the way, so. Twitch Badman says, can I also play in this tourney? I'm not a GM either. Well, yeah, here's the trick though. It says I am not a GM means that you got to be an IM. It's a play on words. So it's only for international masters, guys. It's not That's total, right. Anyone walking in from the street. It is by invitation to international masters.
That's true. It is also invitational is an important factor. So here's the game between Levon and Wesley. Wesley in the lead in the tournament by 1/2 point. And we've got opposite colored bishops and equal pawns. And that's all you want us to say about it, right?
Yeah, that's right. I think you've covered it all, David.
All right.
Look, yeah, let's move on.
I've moved on.
Thank you. I think that was all I could handle.
So here's Vachier and Jan, and Vachier has doubled heavy pieces on the back rank and could potentially say check next move on G1. Does it matter?
Yeah, I mean, first of all, this game has been a complete disaster for White. I mean, it seems like he didn't really get anything from the opening. And I mean, at the moment, it's Black who's like pretty much threatening to attack his king. But maybe Rook G1 is not a huge threat because the king can run to F3. And I suppose he finally wants to activate this rook with Rook E2 at some point. Would be kind of nice because maybe White can make a back rank checkmate threat as well. Like if King G8, Rook E2. We can try that. Let's just put that on the board.
Sure. King G8, Rook E2. So White threatens checkmate on Black. Feels like Black mainly needs to try Rook G1 check in this case. And we'll try the king to come out And then
King comes
queen.
out, queen f5 is
F5.
annoying because you lose the d5 pawn actually if you go queen f4.
Yeah. So white's not able to try and, tunnel in on the rook e8 checkmate. Has to play king h2 here perhaps. And we could go rook h1, king g1, king g2, maybe with a draw in this position. Because if you have to put your queen all the way in here to chase the white king out, then you can't take advantage of the white king once you've got both your pieces back here. So
yeah, exactly. Like black cannot really pursue the king. So actually the game could be heading towards a finale. On the other hand, black can also go king h7. I mean, that doesn't look like a bad move either. I kind of wonder, David, if you go king h7, is there queen f6?
Important question. Queen e4 is always the first question.
Yes.
Now,
and let's show the good way to lose the queen.
Okay, good way to lose the queen here. I would say queen f3 is the fastest way to drop the lady. Yeah. And then rook g1. Tactic. So king h2, rook h1 is checkmate. We can eliminate that. That leaves us with f3 as the only move. And now black might need to play queen to e8. What do you think?
Ooh, or well, there is the fancy rook g1.
Oh my God. And then queen e1 to d2 to d5 defends f7.
Wow. Wow. You could try.
With real winning chances because of that a2.
Yep. Black is
oh man, that looks gone.
Yeah.
That looks gone. Basically, white shouldn't allow queen e4. We can tell at that point. Queen should stay on d4. So is there any general danger here to Nepo if he keeps the pieces centralized? Is rook g1, rook h1, is that like a winning threat?
Okay. So so queen f6 we just saw. Well, yeah, that attempt didn't work out, but it's really unnecessary. We don't have to do that at all. First of all, you can just do queen f4. How about queen f4 just attacking
queen
f7?
f4. Yeah, queen f4, queen d3 could be sort of more solid moves. Queen
I
f4.
like queen f4 attacking stuff is good.
Right. Just trying to force the game towards a conclusion with king g8, rook e2, or king g7, queen g4. And yeah, again, if black wants to do more than a draw with rook g1, rook h1, black would have to send the queen in as well. And then after king f3, black's pieces will be too badly placed to take advantage. So I don't think there's too much for either side to play for at the moment here. Say looking pretty solid.
I agree. This game does look like it's heading towards a conclusion. And we can take a look. Well, Fabiano is still thinking. So that move knight b8 definitely threw him into a long think, which I think makes sense, as black is like, I mean, honestly, I'm glad to see that knight a6 had a point and it wasn't knight b4, right? It was knight b8. It is quite time consuming. It really does take a lot of moves, but like, but if he can manage to get the knight in, I do see a chance for black to survive in that game. Report's game seems to be fizzling out like big time. And that leaves us with Diak versus Firouzja. So let's check in there.
Yeah. Absolutely. So so last we'd seen there'd been a repetition right here around knight f3. Firouzja found another way to play, which was knight to d7. I think also he's clearing the way for this f5 move. I really suspect him of playing for f5, but we'll see. Queen c2 from Diak really does not make queen b3 look very good, Irina. I mean,
yeah, right. Queen b3 and back to c2, right? It looks very tentative.
And now bishop f4 He's like
Mhm.
asking
Okay.
for f5, Irina. I would bash that out.
Yeah. All right.
Oh, he's like
Wow. Let's see. I
begging
mean, the
for it.
one thing I
Is it
like
such a
about
bad move?
White's position is that, he's developed all his pieces and he's got good centralization, good space. Like he still
Mhm.
has those, lingering advantages. F5 is really a fascinating idea. Of course, it's very double-edged. And the problem is that you're
You can get
weakening the
randomly
king. Yeah,
checkmated on the c4 g8 diagonal by accident by a stray bullet.
right. You're definitely weakening the king. You're weakening some big squares like on e6. On the other hand, let's put it on the board. Yeah, I think
Yeah.
it's deserves a look. It doesn't look crazy at all.
So
All right. So because
what
if
do people
pawn
sometimes
takes,
do
you're going to
against
take with the
f5?
bishop.
What's that?
If pawn takes, then bishop f5
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
and queen d2, and yes. Okay. Still not clear.
Mm-hmm.
Mhm. What a complicated position. I mean, knight e4, right? Sure.
94 going after b2, trades, and now knight g5 might hurt me. That's the number one move to watch out for. I was gonna advise people in a position like this, when you're thinking about f5 in the King's Indian, the number one move to watch out for is knight g5. Sometimes the e6 square will be weak. Sometimes it'll reveal this attack on g4. It's just a typical thing to keep our eyes out for. So I've really walked into it now by putting a hanging bishop on e4, knight g5, because bishop f5 is forced.
Yeah, I mean, there is the chance that this f5 move just like produces more problems than it solves, right? That the weaknesses it creates are too large, and Black's king is in very suspicious territory around here.
Yeah, this looks
By
a
the
little
way,
bit risky.
Nepomniachtchi was a draw.
Okay.
It ended in that rook checks on the back rank repetition.
Check here, rook e2. Okay.
Yeah, so nothing
King couldn't
unexpected.
come out because of queen f5, so no surprise on that one. Solid draw. They stay where they are in the standings. And let's get back to our King's Indian.
Yeah.
So yeah, maybe we should look at moves other than f5 as alternatives for Black.
Okay, well, first of all, what's an alternative? A5, because I think White wants to play like rook a b1 b4 would be extremely favorable for White and kick away the knight on c5. So I think a5 is a very typical King's Indian move,
right?
Trying to stop b4.
Yeah, it's not very like it's not putting a lot of pressure on White. White can safely play, rook d1, rook e1, and hold their position together. It doesn't challenge White horribly, but it does allow Black to hang around and avoid the most obvious progress for White.
Right. And the question is, I mean, the knight on g4 is quite annoying, to be honest. Like, it doesn't let your rook from f1 move anywhere because there's no way you're going to expose the f2 pawn. And it doesn't let the bishop go to e3. So it's a really good knight. And that's why earlier on, we tried to look for ways to challenge it. Now, obviously, the ideas of playing knight a4 are pretty much, gone, I think, from the position, would be fair to say, now that the knight has arrived on c5. And how are you going to get rid of the knight on g4? So should he just go knight h2 and just try again?
I mean, knight h2, knight e5, I would think, right?
Yeah, then I go bishop e3. I finally make my favorite.
Oh, that's what you wanted.
Yeah.
Oh, I see. Okay, let me think again then about knight h2.
Yeah, you might want, at some point you might want to take it, but
yeah,
I think knight h2. You have some bishop e5, funny move, but I don't think the trade of those pieces helps you too much, I would assume. So knight e5 and yeah, bishop e3. I mean, this is my dream. And then I'm going to go f4. I'm going to take more space. I'm going to start pushing you back.
Yeah, it does start to seem like a dream for white. Okay, so knight h2, that looks really, really logical for white here. Try and trade the knight, get the bishop to e3.
Yeah, I really wonder. Okay, let's try to trade the knight. I mean, because it doesn't, actually, David, since black has less space in general, he shouldn't mind trading the pieces, right?
Right, yeah. That is generally true, yeah. I was just thinking the knight on h2 might be badly enough placed that I could just go knight e5, knight f3, knight g4, and, wiggle out with the draw.
So knight h2. Do you want to take with the bishop, I guess, or the king? The king.
I took with the king because I thought your dream was still bishop e3.
Yeah. Oh, it's interesting because I don't see the position on the board yet. Do you have the king? Oh, there it is. Now it's coming. It's a little slow. So you took with the king. Yes, that's good. And what can black do?
Sometimes you can preemptively
establish. Yes. How about bishop d4, David, and then maybe e5?
Right. I was going to say exactly that. Sometimes you can first put the piece there, but I feel pretty loose with it in this position, right? We're going for e5 to try and hold it with knight takes e6 in case of d6. Oh, but then it's the pawn on d6.
Also, David, I think we can probably even look at the move e5, but e5 here, I mean, pawn takes e5, but you got to check the tactics. Like, is d6 going to hang?
Right. At which point do you want me to look at e5?
Instead of bishop d4.
Instead of bishop d4, e5 right away. Right. Okay. So then again, we have to look at en passant, followed by trying to take this pawn right here.
And knight takes bishop d6, and the rook is hanging, which is unfortunate. So there's no time for knight d4. And on rook d8, I suppose, e5. Yeah, rook d8, e5. Can you hear me, David?
Yep. I was just thinking for a moment.
Oh, yes.
So, a5 has been played, by the way.
Oh, there you go. Firouzja heard me.
Yeah.
All the way in Romania.
Very nice. Just
a little, prophylactic move a5.
Just holding things together. I really have to work on not just throwing my F pawn every chance I get. So good reminder for me there.
But I think honestly, I think Firouzja made a good decision to keep this game going. He's got a bit of an edge on the clock with almost twice as much time as Diak. I think the position is sufficiently complicated. And at some point, I do kind of wonder, I mean, white must know that he's let this out, right? Like with moves like queen b3, queen c2, and just wasting a bunch of time.
Right.
So yeah, I think Firouzja did the right thing. And it's going to make the day more interesting for us to have this game alive.
Yeah. And honestly, looking at this position, the move d4, d5 from white doesn't look particularly good here, right? Because the black knights have found good squares, right? And the bishop on h8 is just automatically super active without the pawn on d4. So I don't feel like black's position is fundamentally very threatened right now. By King's Indian standards, I think black's quite fine. Yeah,
exactly. I think you said a key thing there. King's Indian standards. This opening has different standards than, other more solid openings. And so the mathematics of this opening don't matter as much as long as you're still kicking. I think, the King's Indian is it's going to feel viable to you. Your position is going to feel playable.
Yeah. All right. So let me just check on Fabi before we go to a break, see if he has pulled the trigger yet. Nope. You know, about 20 minutes into calculating this. So this is his calculator moment, right? He's just crunching.
Yeah.
He's just crunching the variations here, and we'll see what he comes up with when we come back.
We're back, guys, to our coverage of the 5th round of the Superbet Chess Classic Romania. Before we get back into the games, we want to tell you about a cool event that is starting later this month on chess.com. It is the Women's Speed Chess Championship, supposed to start in May. It's a collaboration between FIDE and chess.com. It's the most important online tournament for titled women in the world with a $70,000 prize fund. I think it was won last year by Hao Yifan in a really exciting nail-biting match against Grandmaster Harika Dronavalli from India. So this is definitely an event to watch for, guys. And now let's get back to our exciting games of the day, David.
Before we do, chat wants to know whether or not you're playing.
Oh, yeah, that's a great question. You see, the thing is, guys, I want to know the same thing.
Okay.
And this is what I want to find out the details of this tournament to know, how I can play in it.
Okay. So Irina says, you and me both, chat. You and me both would like to know. We'll have to stay tuned to find out. So both games, F5 has been played during our short break. There was time for both Fabi and Firouzja to play F5. So, but he didn't play F5 where we thought he would.
Right.
Ironic. Queen A3 first. Knight E4.
Right. So I mean, this is really a mysterious move, completely escaped our attention. I guess, it's kind of similar. But can we go back for a second? So on knight F5 immediately, what were we expecting?
On F5 immediately, we were expecting G takes F5.
G takes F5, right? Because no, on G takes F5, there was Queen G3. Right. So we were expecting
Knight takes F5, Knight G4.
And knight G4. And what were we even thinking? Well, we knew there was knight D7. That was kind of the whole problem.
Yes.
Right. And I think actually, you know what it is, David? I think we were thinking about F5 earlier, but after knight B8, I'm not sure how deeply we checked this line, because we actually mentioned that, that's the whole point, that now the knight is coming to D7 and preparing F6.
Yeah, I mean, I can see we've got a line or two here, but it's not at all in depth.
Not in depth,
we had
right?
GF5, Queen G3 put in here, and then knight F5, the idea of knight G4. But yeah, we hadn't really worked on this knight F5 move much. We just thought it might be possible. So yeah, so he did it another way.
There is Queen H3 here, right? How are they going to defend if F6?
Yeah, surely F6.
Then we have, knight G4 doesn't look very dangerous, as a piece.
No, we have to do something with bishop F6, G4, or G4 first. Pawn takes bishop, pawn takes knight. Yeah, it's messy. It would be messy.
I can see why Caruana actually didn't go for this, because I see the computer says that F5 is the best move, but honestly, this doesn't seem very clear cut at all, this position. So
yeah, it's murky. And you can see that he used all his time and maybe didn't find anything that convinced him.
Yeah, so he played Queen A3. So let's try. So he tries to move the knight away from F5 before going F5. That makes sense.
Yeah. Then pushes, takes, Queen H3, threatening mate, F6 forced, Rook recaptures. See, Mamedyarov plays his move very quickly, knight D7. I mean, his moves were basically only moves, right? F6 to stop the checkmate, knight D7, covering the squares. And Fabi's really, he's burning up his time. He's not sure.
So what's the point here, David? On Queen G4, you're just going King F8 and you're running? running away successfully. I mean, I suppose you could even do it from f7. Queen h5, king e7, and then run to d8. I mean, okay, there's a real chance in this position that black is just going to escape unless white finds something special to not let him. I mean, is there knight g4 sort of like the obvious move, isn't it?
That's my idea here. Knight g4. For anyone who's worried about queen f5, white has knight h6 check. And the point of knight g4 is not just to ramp up pressure on f6, but to maybe switch the rook to h5 by avoiding a queen trade on h3.
Yeah, it's really hard to talk in any generalities at this point because, I mean, how big of a threat is knight h6? Maybe it's not even a threat. Maybe black just
knight h6, king f8 is kind of where the king wants to run. I think my main threat is rook h5. Like if we played a6 for black or something.
Yeah, so rook h5, and then it does look like you're probably gonna mate. Okay, so the problem with taking your bishop on e5 is that like my king gets really opened up, and you get you're gonna basically, I can't run to the f file anymore, so I'm stuck on the king side where it's really dangerous. We can try taking the bishop, but I'm pretty sure after knight h6 we're gonna get mated. What do you think?
I think you might, I don't know, sack the queen for the rook on f7 or something.
I was hoping we would have queen g4 here, but we don't because of queen g6.
Okay.
So that only, wait, no, what do you mean queen g6? Queen g6, rook f7 wins in one move, right? Or two moves, a couple of moves. It takes a couple of moves to win.
And I'm realizing now that rook f7, you know, the knight on d7 is hanging. So, I don't know. Wait, a move's been played. Sorry. Bishop f4 just came in from Fabi. 8 minutes left. So he doesn't.
He wanted to keep the bishop.
Doesn't sack it. I mean, against knight g4, you know, there would also be maybe knight takes e5 would be another move he would have been thinking about, but he keeps the bishop and covers queen e3 check.
Yeah, no, this is a very reasonable move.
Keeps pressure on and can still go knight g4, or I would still say knight g4 probably would be the main move you would want to play next.
Yeah, because he can't really attack for long without that knight. So that definitely that move is coming. And so how is Mamedyarov gonna set up a defense? I mean, can he go knight f8, knight g6 here? Because at this point, his knight on d7 is fairly useless.
Right. It's done its job. It got the bishop. It got control of that bishop's long diagonal.
Yeah.
But now it's very limited.
Another really important idea for black, David, is rook e7, right? He can try to defend via the rank.
Yeah. A rook on the second rank, fantastic defender. Rook on the first rank, hardly a defender.
I mean, it doesn't look so terrible. Let's put rook e7 on the board. Knight g4. And now, given that there's, what's the threat? Threat is rook h5. So rook g7. Yeah, rook g7 I like.
Okay.
I mean, rook h7 was also interesting. I can't say that.
Yeah, I actually found a problem with it just now. Is that white can play rook h5. Rook takes rook, knight h6. So actually, the threat of rook h5 is really, really heavy, and rook g7 is the only move to stop it, so you can play queen takes knight. Otherwise, rook h5 is just probably killing.
Yeah. So rook g7, and now what? If knight h6 is fairly pointless because you're just going to go king f8, and I really don't have any discoveries that work on your queen, and I'm just kind of blocking off my own queen.
Can you go queen a3 to a7?
Oh, wow. Well, that one I didn't notice. I didn't notice that one. That reminds me of how Nepomniachtchi blundered against Magnus.
Exactly.
Right? With
That's
that
how Nepo
square
lost the
A3.
pawn against Magnus. And I'm reminded of it also because Caruana's already played Queen A3 once this game. So it was easier
Right.
to find.
Oh, yeah. No, this is definitely the idea. It might be the best he can do. And this is actually still looking pretty nice for white because he has nice coordination of his pieces there on the king side where everyone protects everyone else. Like each piece basically has the job of protecting another piece.
It's a very weird chain here, right? Harmonious rook, bishop, and knight.
And black has a really nice knight on e4, a nice rook on g7.
Yeah.
The queen is a bit like shut down by the knight, and also the knight on d7 is a bit passive. So
right,
that's the black.
Feels like white could
challenge
just
in this position.
take the pawn and keep playing.
But I do feel like Mahmoud has still done an amazing job. I mean, we were thinking he could just get killed, but
yeah,
it doesn't look like that now. It looks like it's a real game at this point.
Yeah.
And
tricky. He's thinking here. I do think that Fabi's time is a bit of a concern. They're at move 28, so he's got 12 moves to play on a 30-second increment plus the 8 minutes. It's I mean, less than a minute per move in a position which looks pretty intricate to calculate.
Well, let's take a look. Let's take a look at Diak versus Firouzja.
Yeah. All right. Here's where we last were after A5. Diak played rook A E1, which is a move that really sees the move F5 coming, but Firouzja played it anyway. Takes. Rook takes, not bishop takes?
Yeah, that is surprising. Like, what's the point of that? Bless you, David. And
sorry.
I got to teach you how to go on mute when you want to sneeze. Like, I become an expert at this.
Oh yeah, really you're very fast.
Yeah, I managed to always click the mute button. So far, I have 100% success rate.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow. So you're computer cheating. You've got an algorithm that lets you know when a sneeze is coming.
Yeah, exactly.
100%.
I mean, I needed that a lot because, you know, when I had the cat with me, I'm allergic actually to cats. So sneezing was a real issue, and now it's better, but over a couple of days earlier, I had to learn this trick. So, okay, rook F5, and the bishop is under attack. It went to G5.
Mm-hmm.
And let's find what is something redeeming about black's position if we can. I don't see it, but so what I see is like a typically good position for white, David. Like, I do play the King's Indian from the white side.
Mm-hmm.
And the question is weaknesses. Black has some really significant weaknesses. White has none. White's king is safer than black's. White is really centralized. Of course, I really like that his rook is on E1. His other rook is on F1, protecting F2.
Yeah.
So I'm definitely feeling how white is like pretty effortlessly just better here. Meanwhile, black is like, well, you know, my rook is on A8. My bishop hasn't developed on C8. My king is weak. My pawn is backwards on E7. I don't know. I don't like where Firouzja has taken this. Can you just go back a couple of moves? Because we thought he had an acceptable position, but then it was just this F5 stuff.
Yeah, F5 might not be good, but also not developing the bishop and the A8 rook here is perhaps the biggest shock of the day. Well, knight E2 from rapport, I don't know, but bishop F5 is screaming to be played.
Yeah, you know, I find F5 to be insane when you see that your opponent has just played rook AE1. He literally prepared for this move. He literally said, look, I'm putting my rook in the perfect square so you can't play F5.
Right.
And
he's like,
Firouzja still played F5 instead of going something normal like bishop D7 or pawn A4. He goes F5. Wow. I mean, this is where it's kind of still fair to say that, like, sometimes you feel a little bit of that lack of, like, you know, experience in Firouzja's play, where you still feel like he's like a young player, even though he's like second rated in the world, and there's this gap between him and Magnus still. You know, okay. So his position here, pretty dubious.
Yeah. Yeah, he's young, but the position does look dubious. I'm really surprised he didn't play bishop f5. There's so much I don't like about this. You know, another thing I'm thinking of, Irina, is that if, let's say, you play queen c7 or queen d8 or something here as black, knight h4 with tempo on the rook and then coming to g6 could become an issue.
Yeah, the problem is that we're blundering the bishop along the way, right?
My bishop.
Yeah.
Oh, man.
So on queen c7, okay, let's try that. So let's figure out how we're going to refute this play. By the way, yeah, so our issue is that our bishop is hanging. We would love to move the knight somewhere. Like, this is interesting, but I'm also wondering, David, do we have like really simple chess moves? When I say simple, I mean like queen d2.
Queen d2, simpler, okay.
Yeah, I actually kind of like your idea of bishop d1, maybe even bishop c2 in the future. Maybe we can even do it. You know, yeah, you can move that here, sure.
Yeah, it could be done.
Why not? I mean, I feel like our position can handle such a move. Rook f7.
Rook f7. And now I can play knight h4 like I wanted to.
Yes. Now you got to do it before they play bishop f5, right?
And it bears mentioning, Irina, I said that I was a little concerned about Fabiano's time. These players have played 10 less moves than Fabian Schock. They are in
for an exciting time trouble phase.
They're at move 19, so they're going to play, 30 seconds per move, basically.
Yeah, no, I mean, these two games are bringing all of the action today, that's for sure. So, I mean, Report, he's still trying, but honestly, yeah, that one has never managed to go anywhere. So we're really relying on these two games to be entertaining.
Okay, I'll say this. Report has the best position he's had since move 2.
Right. I mean, nothing wrong with his position. He's got some of that dark square blockade going on and trying to make the case that his bishop is better than black's.
Right.
But just clearing my throat here, guys. But it's not much to work with. Yeah. I mean,
yeah.
What was the white's last move in this position?
No, it's still just the beginning of things, but it looks like the last move was b4.
Right.
Aimed against c5. Black plays rook e8, and that's where he's at. I mean,
Bishop
it might
C4,
be really
d6.
Close to equal, but at least visually to me, it looks like something that you could play, which I barely got that impression earlier. But the real question is, what's up with Firouzja? He's just played queen to d8. They're going to have to reveal their secrets pretty quickly because they just don't have any time left. So queen d8 was played, and now I guess we could suggest simple moves like queen d2 and bishop
how about
d1
queen
again.
d2? Yeah, I like the simple queen d2 because we're also threatening the simple knight d4. I love to keep
Knight
it simple.
d4, bishop d4,
queen
bishop
d4. But you might take on no, you can't take on h6. I'm threatening mate on g7.
Oh my goodness, yeah. Yikes. Okay, so you're truly threatening.
Yeah. That's an idea. I mean, you would have to like go back to f7 or something.
Yeah.
So queen d2, any other options? Let's see what else maybe white can do other than queen d2. Like what? Well, bishop h4 to go knight g5. No, it doesn't really make sense. It hangs the h6 pawn. Don't want to do that.
Yeah.
So the idea in this position is definitely, I think, to improve the knight on f3. That is the thing to focus on. And for that reason, I really feel like queen d2 is an important candidate to do that.
Yeah. Yeah, I think that's a really good move. I keep wanting my queen on c2 to do something on g6, but I think you're right that in order to engineer improvements in white's position, it's got to be queen d2 and then probably knight d4.
Yeah, so queen d2, rook f7, as you said. And shall we just go knight d4 and centralize?
Let's do it. I believe in you, so let's just do it. Knight d4, put it in the middle. It's harder to suggest moves for black, maybe knight e5, since it's kind of just dangling now.
You know that, yeah, even the c6 pawn is hanging at the moment.
Yeah.
I mean, knight e5 gonna walk into f4. White's not even gonna think about it. Wow, I don't know. I honestly think that, like, if Firouzja loses this game, he has literally played into Diak's, playbook. Like, it couldn't have gone any better for Diak, right? Like, Firouzja picks this, like, sharp opening. I mean, Diak is ready for it, gets a really good position. And even when he messes it up to a large extent, Firouzja still goes overboard with this f5 move.
Yeah.
So, I mean, do you know that Bogdan Daniel Diak can be the co-leader of this tournament at the end of this round?
Yeah. I'm aware that that's threatening right now. Yeah.
That's the threat on the board, right? And it would be pretty cool if the lowest rated player were going to join Wesley So for the lead. And I think, guys, I'll just tell you one thing. You got to use all your advantages when you play chess. And if one of your advantages in a tournament is that your opponents are going to press too hard against you, they're going to give you more chances because they want to beat you. I mean, you should use that. You should definitely know that they don't want to draw against you. And I'm sure he's figured it out by this point, and he's benefiting from it.
He's just played your queen d2 move.
Yes, I love my centralization.
Yeah, very, very nice. Very nice move. Instructive for me to see how quickly you zeroed in on that move. And I think maybe we should bounce back and forth between these two games because they're both kind of exciting. So let me see the Fabi position. That's okay. He's down to 4 minutes is the first thing I noticed about his position. King f8 was played. Queen a3 check. Ooh, queen a3. Now they both know about queen a3 for sure. You can't take a7 because the rook's hanging. Rook h5.
Okay.
So what is he threatening? Queen a7? Does he have any threat?
Yeah, you know what I just noticed? Why I know that white has lost their initiative is because they don't have a single entry point on g3, h3, or g4 for their pieces. I mean, that's a big deal, right? Like, if you can't use any of those squares on the king side to attack black, your attack is not that powerful. And by the way, your knight is still stuck on h2.
Yeah.
Right.
Oh,
that's not,
I glossed over it slightly, but yeah, I mean, part of the reason the knight is stuck on h2 is because look at the choice Mamedyarov made. We were thinking rook e7, but king f8, that's specifically getting out of the way of knight g4 because the rook would hang. So Fabi didn't manage to get the knight off of h2, right? That's the really big deal here. Check. Yeah. The king comes back, but still the rook's hanging, so there's no knight g4. Queen coming back to h3. I don't know if that was a move or not, but it wouldn't have accomplished more than a repetition. And now rook h5, which looks good, but the knight is still stuck. a6 played by Mamedyarov just to stop queen a7.
All right. So now how does white make progress? Perhaps queen f3.
He's played queen b3.
Okay.
So
he wants to just probe the queen side.
Yeah. I guess they can't advance forever, maybe.
Wow. So this is just a little move to weaken the queen side a little bit. I mean, how is Mamedyarov going to protect the pawn? I would guess because Mamedyarov also doesn't have like any super productive moves to play. Like there's no way to improve the queen or the rook or the knight. So I can understand why Fabi, feels like he has the time to just go for these little queenside probes. So b5 leaves the a6 pawn a bit weak, doesn't it? So
Yeah,
how about
b5.
b6?
B5, he would just keep coming back. That's kind of the train Fabi's on at the moment. B6, you were maybe saying would be better than b5. Leaving some more room.
a5, yeah. Oh, so b6, where does he plan to make progress here? I mean, I was gonna say just maybe queen f3 and knight g4.
Yeah, I think that's a really good priority to get the knight off of here. But I'm gonna play queen a3 one more time for Fabi because I feel like he'll do the maximum of that before he goes queen f3.
Yeah, I wonder where that pawn is better. But yeah, that must be the idea. And then, can we just go rook h8 or that's too dangerous? Probably quite dangerous, I would say. Because if you go rook h8, I'm going to trade rooks with you and invade with queen h5.
Yeah. Don't really like either of my options right now. I'm fairly terrified, actually, of this queen check.
Yeah, because now my knight's going to come into g4, and it does look like I have a pretty good attack. He went queen f3 right away.
We've got to move. b6 was played, and then queen f3. Okay.
Yeah. Okay, makes sense to me. I mean, I don't know. The a6 pawn is not protected, so who knows? Later down the line, that might be relevant.
Right, just leaving it on a hanging square.
Yeah, and by the way, in Firouzja's game,
Mm-hmm.
oh, he went with your move, bishop d1. Let's take a look.
Queen f8 and bishop to d1.
Yep.
So just attacking e7.
Attacking e7, some ideas of bishop c2. Man, I really don't like, Black's position here. I would feel so miserable playing a position with only weaknesses.
It's looking really brutal, right? Rook f7, knight d4. He'll play knight d4, I think.
Attack c6.
Oof.
I mean, I don't know. He's a resourceful player, but and I mean, it's nice that Diak doesn't have tons of time either.
Right.
But
you kind of need him to miss one of your resources here.
Yeah, actually, I'll tell you something. In 20 moves, a lot of stuff can still happen. Diak has 550 for 19 moves. And that's not a great situation to be in. And we know Firouzja is a great blitz player and he has nothing to lose. He knows he's doing badly here. So I feel okay, there's still excitement in this game just based on the amount of time that they have left.
Yeah. I feel like that's the mindset out of the gate for King's Indian defense players as well, is you assume that you've got a bad position and you're looking for resources.
Yeah, but this is worse than usual because normally, David, you might be getting, attacked on the queen side, but at least you got something going on the other side of the board. Here, I feel like you're just looking at the board and you're like, why am I in this position? What am I supposed to even do?
Yeah.
I mean, he might go bishop f6, right? So oh, by the way, Fabi and Mamedyarov, they went for that rook trade line and the queen coming into h5.
Oof, risky. Very, very risky. So I was thinking about, queen g6, king f8, bishop h6, king e7, and I realized that you're just kind of chasing the black king away from your knight. So I think that Fabi should just play knight g4 without any more preparation here. Or maybe bishop h6, which I didn't properly look at. Trying to cut the king off before queen g6.
Bishop h6 is a mate threat. So...
But then I would guess f5 to keep the knight
Hmm.
away a
Then
little
the
bit.
knight can, yeah, knight can come in from f3.
Yeah.
You can still
And then
go to
h4 to
attack your
f5.
pawn. Yeah.
Still looks tough.
Yeah, it really is not completely obvious, but so Fabi has to make a big decision here. Knight g4, which looks really tempting. It might allow the king to run. I don't know. Does it?
Right.
Because by the way, one interesting thing is like Black's pawns on the queen side are very loose. And so Fabi, I think very smartly weakens those pawns because that might be relevant if the queen ever goes to h8.
If the king gets all the way there.
Yeah, where like if the queen can do like a lift on the 8th rank and invade somewhere, right? Like to c8.
Yeah.
It could be relevant. So knight g4, king f8. Oh yeah, knight e3, really interesting.
Try and cut the king off again.
Yep.
Something's been played. Queen g6.
So
The move I
third
thought
move
that I had
we
figured
haven't
out
really
wasn't that
thought
good.
about. Yeah, so we didn't see that this move was like too dangerous. Well, Black has to go king f8, right? I mean, there's no point sticking around on
No.
h8. So maybe he just wants to go. Yeah, he put king f8 on the board. I mean, I assume knight g4, if queen f7, he can still play queen f5.
Mm-hmm.
That's one option. How much time does he have? He has a couple of minutes versus like, so 10 times less time. That's a lot. And how many moves does he need to make? 4. Okay, that's not a ton.
Down to 4 moves. That's reasonable.
Yeah, he can do that. So he played knight g4, and Mamedyarov has some time to think now. Let's go check out the other game.
Yeah, let's bounce. Rook f7 was played by Firouzja.
So he defended the pawn. All right. So yeah, so what does he want? If knight d4, bishop d4, queen d4, knight h6, is that why he's like lined up the queen on f8?
Oh my lord. Giving up this bishop, huh?
Well, we're desperate here.
Yeah. No, for sure. I mean, King's Indian player will seize this if they can, and then bring the knight to f5 and sort of cover things. Yeah.
So maybe
okay,
that's
good call.
the point. Yeah.
Good call. So perhaps preventing knight d4 for the moment.
Yeah.
What
knight
else?
h4 is not really, a threat at this point.
Right.
So yeah, this is a bit like, I mean, another interesting thing we can do is, does it ever make sense to just go knight e4 and trade off the knight on c5, which is a pretty good piece? Like, is there a point to just the simple knight e4, knight takes e4, rook takes e4?
Perhaps. I mean, doubling rooks on the e file would be one way to maybe force Black to play bishop f6 or something like that. So
yeah, we're also blundering a tactic that someone pointed out in our chat. Flash said that on knight d4, there's rook takes f2, which does appear to work.
Oh, wow.
I briefly calculated it once he let us know.
Okay, well, let's show it.
I mean, that's an amazing tactic. Thanks.
Trade everything and leave this hanging.
Yeah, thanks for the feedback on that.
Okay. I wasn't even expecting Black to cross onto white side of the board around here. So yeah. That surprised me.
So, okay, you have to be careful. Like I said, Firouzja is tricky, right? Yes, he will jump on that chance, if he's given it. So knight e4, let's try.
Yeah. By the way, Diak under a minute. I mean, he held tough in a time scramble against Aronian. So I guess he's got his nerves about him, but
yeah, less than a minute is crazy, right? That's like for 20 moves. I mean, guys, we're in for such a thriller in this game. Like, I know it's not going to be easy for him.
He plays b3. He spent like 3 out of his 3.5 minutes and then just plays b3.
Yeah, it's a fine move. I mean, it's a fine positional move. There's nothing wrong with it. Like White is just saying, all right, I'm solidifying my structure, getting more things out of the way of your bishop on h8. So I think it's fine. But I mean, yeah, his time situation really worries me. At least Mamedyarov, who is defending, defending against Caruana's initiative, at least he has lots of time, right? But like this guy, okay, he's better, but I don't even know if he's in a better situation with this little time.
Right. I mean, normally b3 would be like, oh, here's like a 10-second move that I can just play that improves my position. It's not like, let me spend 80% of my remaining time.
Yeah, guys, I guess we're going to go for like a really short break, and we're going to come back with more of the action here.
Welcome back, everybody, to Chess.com's coverage of the Superbet Classic in Romania. Before we get back into the games, wanted to let you know that coming up is Chess.com's coverage of the 2022 Candidates Tournament in June. Watch the world's best players, including Alireza Firouzja, Fabiano Caruana, Jan Nepomniachtchi, Hikaru Nakamura, and more. The winner will get their chance to face Magnus Carlsen for the World Championship title, if he feels they're worthy. And the exclusive video feed for the Candidates Tournament will be right here on chess.com. So in addition to seeing the games and hearing the commentary, you will get to watch the players' faces as they play. Now, we have a very important move was played in the game between Diak and Firouzja, which is after B3. We didn't mention that there was this possibility to play knight takes h6 from Firouzja.
Oh, did we miss a little tactic?
If ever there was a King's Indian moment.
Oh no, so wait. So B3 and on bishop h6, he's planning bishop c3.
Yeah.
Winning a pawn.
Winning a pawn at the cost of the dark squared bishop. I feel like, yeah, I mean, it's still playable. Let's see what he chose. He chose to trade on c6, then to play knight d4.
Ooh. Yeah, you know that b3 move, we kind of said it was okay, right? But it was probably a little too mild. And I mean, it, you know, allowing this trick with knight h6, that was really unfortunate. You know, Firouzja is so tactically sharp, right? Like he just...
Yeah, I mean, B3, like he spent all his time on it and it was mild, didn't really threaten anything, and it didn't even prevent anything. It allowed this knight takes h6. Knight comes back off of h6, back into the middle of the board. Diak gets his pawn back on c6 at the moment. He plays that move with 3 seconds left on his clock. And...
okay, so let's just take stock of what's going on. I mean, is Black just going to go bishop b7 and finally develop that bishop? Because you would like to do some development and yeah, get rid of the knight before the other knight comes into d5. I do expect bishop b7 as like, you know, it's a very obvious improvement of the bishop.
Yeah.
And it's just amazing how this game has blown up and how the eval bar is now favoring Black. I mean, Black sort of busted out of that constricted state he was in, right? Like that h6 pawn was really tying him up. The bishop now finally has a square to go to on b7, has an open diagonal, which it's never had before. And poor Bogdan, I mean, he has let this game get out of control. Actually, where is that knight supposed to go after bishop b7?
Oh, yeah, it can't just go back where it came from. So Firouzja's
on the board. Bishop b7's on the board. Bishop f3.
Bishop f3. So now,
you know, rook f3 is a big threat here. You know that Black is going to be looking at all those tactics of how to sack an f3.
Any knight move would have a huge rook f3 threat, but any knight move might allow knight d4. Black could look at playing bishop takes d4 and then bishop takes f3 to open up the king. Where would the knight on f5 go, though, at the moment? Doesn't have much of a square. Maybe h6? Maybe h6 to kick the bishop. And then you could play knight h4.
H6. Oh, wow. H6 is really interesting. Like, after you've taken their pawn, now you're just like, hey, peasant, move over.
Yeah, my square. My square.
Man. No, I have a feeling like h6 is a real problem because this bishop needs to control h4.
Okay, we got something else.
That's not bad. I mean, sure. Isn't the knight kind of trapped?
Yeah, kind of trapped. Where's it going? Knight. The queen is covering knight b8.
Wow. No, it is just amazing, guys, how one move changes the game. Like this game was going so much in Diak's favor, but the time trouble, it's a big factor in chess. It's like, is it shocking that he blundered something? No, it's not. Not when you got like 1 minute for 20 moves.
Yeah. You got to blunder something eventually. And now he's down to 10 seconds. again. And knight e7
Okay.
for what it's worth. Getting
Right.
1 or 2 pawns for the piece.
What's the point of all of this? I mean, okay, he just gets a couple of pawns, but it's nothing like too serious, right?
Yeah, so far it's just 1. The d6 pawn is defended laterally by the rook. Maybe that's why Firouzja played rook a6 versus rook c8. If we think back a moment here to this sort of trapped knight, rook c8 and rook a6 must have been candidate moves for Firouzja, and probably picked rook a6 partly to not give the second pawn here. Bishop takes b7 played.
Knight takes b7.
Yeah.
I don't see enormous compensation from white. So
Yeah.
knight takes, right, he's going to be down a piece. I mean, the knight on b7 looks like maybe kind of out of commission, but it will eventually come back. You know, I don't like it when winning positions are spoiled due to blunders, David. So I'm disappointed. I
know.
You know, I wanted white to crown off his positional advantage, you know, the way he was supposed to, but
Right.
but,
Trade
you
1 or
know,
2 minor pieces.
Yeah.
Double rooks on the e file.
Yeah, not let Firouzja like swindle him with a you know,
Yeah.
a fairly simple but nice tactic.
Yeah. Story of the King's Indian. Story of the King's Indian. Firouzja ticking down very, very low on this recapture, and it is because he wants to throw in bishop takes c3 to remove the dynamism of knight to d5 for white before taking. He's up a piece, so he just takes an extra trade and goes for it.
Yep.
And,
So I mean, he has a bishop against 2 knights. Sometimes that's enough to have compensation, but in this position, he really just has 1 pawn. 1 pawn so far, not even 2.
Yeah.
So I do think that Firouzja should be winning this game.
Yeah. You will need to
And-
find good squares for the knights again. I mean, they're only good if you can use them. So I guess c5 will be okay again for the b7 knight, but ideally you want a protected light square for your knights here. So like if he had time to play h5 and knight f5, that would be really fun for him. To lock that 1 knight in on f5 would be enough to pretty much win the game.
Let's go quickly to the game Caruana. He
Yes,
has
thank
just
you.
made time control. So he has made time control without blundering anything. And just to go back a couple of moves where there were some checks on the black king, I wanted to find out why the king, after getting checked on f7, went back to e7 instead of king c8. So there is a good like, because you know, normally the king wouldn't mind.
I can tell you why.
Kind of, yeah.
I can tell you why, because I happen to know. It's queen check, getting on the diagonal with the queen, similar to tricks from before. And then like king b7, you know, you have knight d8, knight d6.
Yep. So that is the reason that Mamedyarov did not escape to the queen side, and he stayed on e7. I think they repeated moves once.
Yeah. So Fabi got 1 repetition there, which is definitely handy when you're under a minute. And he makes it to move 40. King c8 gets played. And here we are.
Yeah, the knight on e4 is, of course, a great piece, you know, controlling d6 and lots of other squares on the board. Knight on d7 is stopping black from getting checkmated with queen b8 at some point. So it looks to me like black is still doing all right in this position. I don't see anything tragic for him. I think Mamedyarov has navigated this quite carefully. But okay, yes, white has the initiative. Of course, black has to be careful, but you know, I feel like the 2 results are possible. You know, white can win or black can draw.
Yeah, I mean, black's pretty Black's coming out of this pretty solid. The king's found pawn cover on the knight on e4 is still well placed. And, you know, Fabi needs a target to attack at some point, right? Previously, it would have been the king, but the king's far enough away that now he would need some kind of pawn he can target. F6 looks rock solid. So I don't see any real plan for Fabi at the moment myself.
Yeah, I mean, I think the top engine move is queen g4, which honestly doesn't look. I mean, okay, you want to win the queen, so
Well, it prevents
let's
king
try it.
b7, right? So you keep the black king in the middle of the board with this move. But
Yeah,
to me, if
tricky.
black plays queen e8 there, I didn't really see any particular progress for white. So, oh, he's just played queen g4.
Yeah, so he found it. Okay.
But yeah, you know, if black just moves the queen to like e8 or f7, I still don't see where white's going to try to apply pressure.
Yeah, or even king d8. Right.
Or king back to d8, I suppose. Yeah.
Because where was this queen coming from, David? It was on g6 earlier, or like
White's queen is coming from g6. Yeah.
Uh-huh. And where was, like, at which point was this king on d8? I just want to see that.
So it's like here, knight f5, king c8, queen g4. Yeah.
Right. So he could go king d8.
He could go king d8. Yeah.
Not
If white
terrible.
wanted to generate a threat, I'm not even sure how they would do it.
Yeah. And meanwhile, Report is still playing on. It's still drawish looking. It reminds me of some endgames Fischer won with bishop versus knight. So, I mean, I wouldn't say that he has no chances, even though he doesn't have a whole lot to work with here. His rook literally can't enter the game anywhere. And I don't think black looks like he has a bad position. But still, you know, white is the one that is like hoping for something here.
Yeah. The difference is in Fischer's endgame against Taimanov, this is almost the structure.
Yep.
The c pawn was on c3 and this bishop was on c4.
Yeah. And there were 3 pawns on each side, right? Not 2.
Yeah. A4, b2, c3 against a5, b6, c5, bishop on c4, and no doubled pawn on the king side.
Yeah. I mean, at this point, the queen side pawns, you can't really touch them at all with your bishops. Like, your only hope is really that those 3 pawns are in squares where you could theoretically take them. But how are you really going to do that? I mean,
what Fischer showed in that endgame was that the black pawns on the queen side getting to dark squares was not in itself a problem for white's bishop. The bishop can't target them, but the bishop can sort of freely control the board, move wherever it wants to. So it could be enough just to have the f7 target in that sort of position. And so rook here is
f4. And the question is, what does he want to do? I mean, does he want to play rook f5 and kind of trap in his rook, and then play maybe even f6 and then lose the rook to bishop e6?
Yeah.
No, he doesn't want to do that.
We can show people that idea. Rook f5, g3, f6.
Yeah, actually,
there's always this.
There's
always this inclination when you're defending an endgame that you want to somehow clarify it, right? Because you're a bit worse and there's this uncertainty. So you want to trade pawns off, but there's a limit to how we can do it. H4 is another way you could try. Which makes some sense.
Yes, that's why I was actually thinking about rook f1 instead of g3. Rook f1.
Oh, sorry. I didn't even put the move you wanted. Rook f1.
Yeah, I mean, I wanted to illustrate f6, bishop e6, like after rook f1, but just to stop the h4 idea. And the rook is trapped on f5, so you do have to be careful about that.
Yeah.
So he played rook e7. He played a much more careful move.
Yeah. Now, Rapport is basically just offered a draw here with rook e1.
Yeah, he really has. He really has.
there's just nothing to do without rooks on the board for white. So that is the end of that game. I think we can just say, I mean, he's just offered a draw. We can let that
and
one
by the
go.
way, Mamikdyarov has played king d8. So we'll see what Fabi comes up with. He played queen h3, which I remember seeing was actually the computer's concept. So why is the queen so good on h3? Because it can go to h8, David.
It's defending the knight, but it can also penetrate. It's a little bit further away from the squares black's controlling.
Oh yeah, well, first of all, queen d8, queen h8 is just a huge threat, isn't it? It's a winning
Yes, it is actually a very huge threat. Queen h8, queen e8, bishop c7.
Yep, winning the queen. So what to do for black? King c8 still loses the queen, so you can't run with your king. So that means maybe queen g8. I wonder if we should also maybe just take a look at Bogdan's game, because he doesn't have a whole lot of time. Yeah, let's go there, because we'll always have time to return to this one.
And Firouzja doesn't have much time either. So even though he's up a piece, he could mess something up. But we see he got knight f5, and here the move g4 loses to knight h4. So he picks his moment to bring the knight there, and then h5. So that's exactly what I would have hoped to do. Now, why does the knight retreat from c5 here?
I don't think there's a clear answer to that one.
Yeah. I mean, I wonder if like bishop takes a5, b4 is a threat to win a pawn.
But knight d7, bishop a5 is not.
Uh-oh.
Oh,
There goes the pawn.
look.
Rook
Oh,
c5,
okay. Rook c5.
queen d2. Rook c5, queen d2, knight e5.
Wow. Like, look at this. The eval bar is saying it's like not so bad anymore.
Well, he just gave a second
pawn. Yeah, you know, it's like, I know that, you know, the two knights are very weak pieces, guys. You know, we need to say that. They're very weak, especially when there's pawns on both sides of the board. And like, so a bishop can actually fight against two knights, especially when he's got those two pawns. I do think this is at least, you know, not horrible for white. Like, black's pawns are weak. The king's a bit weak. As long as, you know, the bishop's going to come back to c3. No, I can see this game still being a fight.
I mean, sending knights to the king side from one perspective makes sense, because like knights aren't that great in endgames. So often if you've got a piece against one or two or three pawns, you want to send your piece towards the opponent's king. But I mean, dropping that a5 pawn didn't look that great.
Yeah, you know, this is really fascinating. And, you know, it made me think, guys, a couple of days ago, you might remember we saw the game Aronian Firouzja, and Aronian saved a game that was even worse than what Dia currently has on the board. So yeah, no, this is a dream for white, because knights are horrible at fighting against side pawns, and you know, white has the extra A and B side pawns now.
Yeah.
So I'm kind of happy. I like to see turnarounds.
Bishop c3, yeah. And Diak has made time control. We got one rook trade. I mean, I just think if the rooks and queens came off the board, I already wouldn't really bet on black to convert that endgame.
Yep.
I would think it would just barely be a draw. So he's gotta come up with something here in the middle game. But already white, I mean, he's only got a square for the f5 knight, right? Knight g4, f3. That other knight is still seeking.
So right now, they've both made time control. So he went back to c3. Trade, and that's the position on the board. All right. So what does white threaten? And white just wants to go a4, a5 and
Yeah.
push that pawn up as far as he can, and black will have to remember about it. So Firouzja has got himself into quite the pickle, giving up that a5 pawn.
Yeah. Maybe we could revisit that moment for a second. Let me just check that nothing exciting is happening here. Rook trade. For some reason, they're still playing some moves.
Oh yeah, they are playing some moves.
Okay.
Wow, report
Something,
decided
something.
no, it's not the end of the game just because there was a rook trade that he sacked a pawn.
Yeah.
It's in fade with his king. Okay, interesting. I mean, he's still trying. Let's go. Let's play a few moves.
It's kind of crazy.
Pawn takes f5, king e3, king e7, king f4. So the point is that you're trying to make is that black's in zugzwang, but we have to figure out how to like not get him into, not stay in that zugzwang.
Right. The king wants to come to e5. And then if the knight moves, you take f5. And if the king moves, you get f6. Now, I don't know that white could win even if
I'm
white achieved
guessing
all of that.
I'm guessing it's f6 by black.
Would be
or
the next move here.
Or h4. H4
Mhm.
might be a very good positional move. H4 first. Let's
Right.
go h4, David. Let's play
Yeah.
good chess, putting our pawns on the opposite color of the bishop.
All right. Well, I mean, I know that white's next move is king e5. There's nothing really else white might be up to.
Right.
Now white conceivably could move the king through d5 and get to the queen side.
Yeah, I completely forgot about that move. That was the reason I wanted to play f6, and then I forgot about it. Let's go f6 then.
Okay.
Because the point of f6 is to stop king e5.
Yeah. Okay. So I could push g6. I could leave the pawn here. I could try to zugzwang you with g3 myself.
Okay, that's a good question. Like, what do I do if you do that? So my knight cannot really move because I lose the f5 pawn. My king can't really move because I lose f6. Wait, that leaves me feeling like I don't have a whole lot of moves, but that can't be.
Oh, I found a draw for you.
Knight e4.
Yeah. So f g5, king g5, knight e4.
Yeah.
And it's because this king and pawn ending is a draw right here with king f6, and then you follow the king.
Yeah, David, we got Charlie Silva in the chat saying that he appreciates how we both use our brain to analyze the position. It's true. We're not very reliant on the engines, guys. Like sometimes I accidentally, click on the board and see some moves, but we do try to kind of minimize that and just show you our thinking process. And yeah, it's kind of more interesting to analyze games that way. It's true.
Yeah. And white can keep the tension with king f4 here, like a slightly tricky move, but I figured I could still play king f6, right? And then, bishop takes, knight, pawn takes, and my king is still on the correct square to hold the draw. Let's see, we got a couple moves. King e3, king e7, king f4 have been played. And now f6 and h4 are on our minds. Has Mamedyarov come up with a defense against Fabi? Mamedyarov has played queen e8 after queen h3.
He played queen e8, yeah, instead of queen g8.
Yeah.
He said queen e8, so okay, he's covering the back rank. That is the point. And knight g7 to e6 is not super dangerous because the king will just slide over to c8.
Unless you can keep going. I think trapping the knight on c7 won't be so good.
If you go queen a3, there's a5, right?
Queen a3 again, yes. And then b4, Irina.
Wow. B4. Attacking from the side. That's
Yeah.
really interesting.
Unless
Really.
queen f8 ruins me. I didn't look at that.
Queen f8, bishop h6.
Oh my
bishop B4.
God. Bishop h6, queen b4 though. That's the problem.
Yeah, queen b4, unfortunately. And we blundered that guy away. So we don't have bishop h6. Maybe we have something else. Oh, there's something really cool. What about knight d6? Knight takes d6 and pawn takes a5. No, but that doesn't work because the knight in d7 is protecting the queen.
Love it, but yeah.
Yeah, the knight is protecting. Otherwise, it would have been a cool idea.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I guess this doesn't quite work. I mean, I could play c3, but I don't want to lock my queen on a3.
Yeah,
I mean, I
hold on,
like
though.
playing
The
queen
engine
a3 a million
says we're
times.
winning here, so let's figure out why.
What?
Like,
Winning?
Yeah, the bar is like really high
Oh.
for white. So why is that?
Okay.
I mean, queen a4? No. Queen a4? Well, actually, queen a4 is a move.
Queen a4,
That's
queen b4,
crazy.
queen c6.
Yeah, because on queen e1, I have king h2.
King
We can show it
H2.
on the board. Yeah.
Sure.
Sometimes
Okay.
we need to include the audience in our analysis, right?
And there's no perpetual because that square is covered. So white gets to continue their attack here.
Yep. That's really interesting. This concept of like creeping in on, look at the way he's going from the king side to the queen side, from g6 to g4 to h3,
Yeah.
and now maybe to a3. I mean, it's a pretty cool, demonstration of how powerful the queen is.
Yeah. Yeah. An epic game of poking by this poor little queen, like finding her way here and there, just
Yeah,
trying
you
to
know
get
what's
past the
interesting?
pawns.
Interesting, David, like if we actually boil it down to the main question, it's that white's queen is more active than black's.
Mm-hmm.
So how do you save the c6 pawn?
Knight
mean, you
b8,
can't really
bishop
defend it.
b8.
Yeah.
b5,
I mean-
queen a5. Was there no follow-up to queen e1? Not really. Bishop e6 or knight g7, somebody says.
Bishop e6 or knight g7, but okay, so he didn't go queen a3. He went queen h7.
Queen h7 is
All right.
played. Okay.
Let's see what the point of that is. I can't tell from the first moment, like why exactly he did that.
I think my first thought is that this is basically playing for Zugzwang because the queen can't move back to e6 or anything because of queen h8 winning. The knight probably can't move anywhere off d7 because of queen c7, or, even if it somehow was blocking off the bishop, queen b7, queen a7, whatever, impossible. Which leaves the knight on e4, which I guess has knight g5 is the only other move we need to sort of
Well, I was
figure out.
thinking, how about king c8 again?
King c8 again. Yeah. King c8. Right. What can we do then?
Not like readily apparent. I mean, I guess you can go like, I don't know, queen g7 and see what move black will come up with, but yeah, king
king
c8. I
c8.
mean, it's like kind of like the logical move to me.
Yeah, someone in chat is wondering if c4 could have been played last move. And honestly, after king c8, the first move that I started thinking about was c4, but it doesn't seem to do anything. But c4 is on my mind too. That's the best answer I can give you. Is I don't know if it's any good, but it's on my mind.
Interesting. Okay, so but let's put the king on c8 and see if we can find a move.
If we can find a move then. Okay.
You know what I just realized, David? You know
Yeah.
what would be a really cool idea in this position? And then we haven't actually talked about this one yet. Bishop h2, queen h6, queen f4.
Oh yeah. I wondered about bishop h2 to try and do something like that at some point. Yeah.
At
Bishop
some
H.
point, because that's like
Yeah.
a way into the king's position that, maybe you start with like queen h6, because okay, here we have
Right.
to make sure we don't get mated with queen e1.
Like queen e1.
Yeah. Although,
Yeah.
actually you can go bishop h2, their knight can't move at all because of knight d6.
Yeah. Currently can't move.
You can try bishop h2. Let's try it. Put it
Probably
on the
bishop
board.
h2.
And let's do the dark square diagonal checkmate.
Irina, sorry.
Yes.
I just figured out one of the reasons I c4 was in my mind. Okay.
Yeah.
Let me just put it on the board for 1 second. If black takes, we have knight e7.
Ah, that's a nice point. Winning the knight on e4.
Yeah. Okay. So we can go back to looking at bishop h2, but c4, it's somewhere out there. It's somewhere out there.
Yeah, this is really difficult for Mamedyarov. And we got an interesting question there from Prex11, non-chess question, David.
Yeah.
I don't know.
I was going to ask you this question too, Irina.
It was on the top of your mind. You wanted to hear my insights on the
I
Amber
did.
versus Johnny.
I was like, Irina probably knows who Johnny Depp is. I wonder what she thinks of this.
Yeah. Well, look, let's see. I have to admit that I have not watched like all the hours of testimony.
Of course not.
Yes, no, I'm a little too busy for that, but I have, sort of followed the story. Like I got the, yeah. All right. Well, it's an interesting topic, guys, but we'll leave it for, Irina's gossip channel.
Oh man, we've been cut off. Irina, I'm going to have to ask you about this after the broadcast then.
Yeah. Leave all the good stuff for later.
Okay. But chat won't get to ask you after the broadcast. Poor chat.
Yeah.
Oh.
We
All
will
right.
never really know what happened. That's true. Well, let me just say, guys, I guess what I would say is like there's always two sides to a story, isn't there? And it's so hard to tease out the truth. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, so queen h7, that's the position here. Rapport and Dominguez have agreed to a draw, by the way, so we can update that real quick. f6 was played. G3 was played. fg5, king g5, knight e4. Oh, look at this.
Your line. There we go.
Nothing new, folks. You all knew
Yep.
this would happen.
Wait. Oh, and just to show us why you can't go for the g5 pawn, David.
At which point?
Because they're doing a repetition of the kings, right?
Yeah.
When the king goes to e6, why can't white go king g5? Oh, he never gets that.
Oh, because
chance.
it's always, black always has to do it with opposition. Otherwise, yeah.
Right. Okay. So
Very
yeah,
good.
everything is clear.
Yeah.
And
So, yeah.
That game ended. So let's focus on the two that we got that are still very much suspenseful.
Yeah, I think we should take our 3-minute break here. Everyone else can watch an ad and I can find out what you think of celebrity gossip.
Yeah. All right, guys. We'll see you in a couple of minutes. Hey
Welcome
guys,
back,
we are
everybody.
back. All right, David, we did well on that. It was very simultaneous. We did a-
All right. We did it one time right on top of each other. Oops.
Yep.
In any case, it is the Superbet Chess Classic in Romania. We are well into round 5, halfway through the tournament here. The players have made it to the time control, and we've got 3 games ended in draws, and we are back with Fabi against Shock. And Queen H7, the creeping move from Fabi. Irina came up with some cool ideas with Bishop H2, Queen H6, Queen F4. But the big unanswered question, the first question about this position was, what happens if Mamedyarov just plays Knight G5? It was kind of the only productive move around, and he did play it. So we're gonna have to assess this move.
Yeah, and it has happened, and I think there's been a few moves after that as well, David. Yeah,
Right.
there wasn't that much of a choice, was there? I mean, he was threatening mate on E1, and I guess Queen H4 was probably allowing what? Like, I would assume like Queen E4 and all kinds of stuff like that. Although Queen E4 just loses, just loses to Queen H8, so like it always has. So Queen H4 was a move that was possible.
Right. Could be played. I mean, I would have guessed that it would just be a repetition, knight back to E4. And, Fabi's idea was this. Although now with the queen here, maybe Bishop H2 would have improved in strength.
Yeah. So I love that Bishop H2 idea. Look at that diagonal, guys. Look at that. Primitive chess. Checkmate on the long diagonal. But
so who
Bishop
knows?
wound up getting traded, which is
but he just took it right away. And it suggests that his plan all along was if Knight G5, that he would trade and win the pawn from behind like this.
Yeah, it's pretty effective as well. Because black has no checks. That's important, guys. There's no Queen E1, King H2, and then the queen literally cannot find a single check. And okay, this is like really unpleasant for Mamedyarov. As I'm looking at it, David, I feel like he's going to lose a pawn, but that's not going to make his king safer. And he's lost that beautiful knight on E4. Wow. I mean, Knight G5 wasn't a very good move, was it? I mean, did he have to do that move?
Well, what was the other move? We'd looked at King C8
King
as
C8,
another option, but he was like really close to Zugzwang here, right? Like not
King C8 still.
King C8.
I mean, put it on the board. Was there something like terrible about it?
No, not necessarily. I mean, Bishop H2 or C4.
Bishop H2, right? Yeah. Can I run, David? Can I run and hide on A8? Like, is there any universe in which something like that is possible? Like, try it. Bishop H2 and just King B7. And I am really thinking I might just go to A8 because I see what you want and I want to get out of there. And now, yes, now you're not threatening any checks. Maybe I can finally move my knight and have this Queen E1 idea.
The knight's basically got one square, right? That's G5.
Right, G5.
And then
okay, it's good.
Bishop
Well, I'm just
G3.
gonna come out and say, David, like I prefer the look of this. At least this is like, this is a double-edged game still, right? Like the position that we're about to enter is literally black down material and with a bad king. Like you trade the queens, you're going to lose the knight endgame. Like how is that a good situation compared to this one?
But I mean, there's still this impending Queen C7, right? I mean, we're just not even defending it.
Yeah. So, okay. Queen C7 threatens what? It threatens one pawn.
Queen C6 check. Knight D6.
Threatens the pawn. Now, by the way, David, what if I go knight E4 here?
Yeah.
And then you're going to go Queen C7, but then I can actually take on maybe G3. No, you get my knight back, right? Yeah. Well, that didn't work. I successfully lost a pawn. Okay, let's go back. I won't play knight e4. So I see your threat. I need to really figure this one out. Aha. Also, I have the room for queen e2. Yes, I do, because you don't have checkmate on b8. My knight is covering it.
You've got d1 and h5.
Yeah, I'm trying to do it, but maybe you can still go to c7 because you're going to block with your knight or something.
Oof, I don't like blocking.
Yeah, I didn't see that knight block. Well, that's an important one. Yeah. Okay, now white wins because they've infiltrated too much. Okay, so the queen, I can't leave just the whole c7 square unattended. Got it.
Yeah. Your whole bishop h2 thing is pretty annoying for black.
It's annoying, yes. But hold on.
We could have hunkered down with the king on b7 and like queen on d8 to cover
What
the c7
about,
square.
David, what about queen e6? What if I target your knight?
That might stop queen c7 finally.
Like you can go queen c7, but you're only going to have a perpetual check there.
Oh, wait, but I might have, there is a famous tack. Oh, it doesn't win. You know, there's this like trick where you, check, check, check. Sorry, it's going to take me a moment to get there. And then you go bishop b8, right? Because the knight is like stuck to the queen. But I think amazingly, black can just go king a8 and I can't win.
Yeah, that's very lucky for black, I admit. Hanging on by a hair.
Yeah.
And I don't mean like my long fluffy hair, but
No.
you know, very thin hair.
One single strand.
Yes.
So much
But
work.
We're fighting on. That's the
So
point.
much
Is just
work.
that I feel like here, you know, white still has to prove something. Now look at where they are right now. Actually, I don't know. Maybe they're in a good spot for black. Let's check it out.
Oh, defended the G pawn from a surprise square.
Ah, okay, so he didn't lose the pawn. Okay.
Yeah, very committed. Very committed. Not defending the king anymore. So we'll see if the queen and knight can do their famous duo.
Right. So queen, I mean, black just wants to perpetual check us. So we have to act really quickly. Yeah,
black's prepared queen f4, which could be perpetual check, or maybe a queen trade if white's queen is on d6. At some point, I mean, it's all just checks. This is all very calculatable here. I mean, king c8, knight d6, king c7, knight e8, king c8.
Maybe just king c7, David, because queen d6, just king d8 back.
King d8 back. Gotcha.
Because, you know, the knight is an amazing defender right now on d7. It's like it's like he covers so many of these squares that are checking the king.
Yeah. But queen d6, king d8, knight e7. And white still wins a pawn.
Can you say that again, David?
Yeah, I can put it on the board too.
Yeah.
For everyone out there, which is that here, I think knight e7 will allow me to win a pawn for white anyway.
Oh, that's a big move. Yeah, knight c6. And the queen trade is not adequate at all. It's just looks pretty bad. So I have to be quite careful. Where did he go with his king? He's still thinking. He's still thinking.
I was even thinking, Irina, that the queen trade on f4 might be really inadequate for black. So even in the king c8 line, right? I was thinking knight d6, knight e8, king c8, and then queen d6 there. And I was thinking even there, after queen f4, you might be able to just take it, play king h3 to g4, and win the knight endgame.
I agree. It's very, very unpleasant, right? It just does seem downright lost. Yeah, actually.
So we're at queen e7 here, and yeah, king c8 or c7 is weighing on black.
Yeah. So, but I mean, king c7 seems like not really an option based on what you just showed us. D6 is just too forcing of a line,
Mm-hmm.
right?
The
So
king
you have to
c8 line
go.
was pretty forcing too, right? I mean, king c8, knight check. King here, knight check. King here, knight here. What else is there? King d8 maybe is another move.
Mm-hmm.
So then I have
Yeah.
to go knight
Threatening
f6.
checkmate.
And that'll force queen f4, I think. And then I just have to check the king and pawn ending. Knight d7, king d7, king h3, king
Yeah.
e6, king g4. It's over.
Yep, it's over. Wow. Well,
Okay, so to the live position, king c7 was just chosen. And, well, I mean, queen d6 is the direct move here. Perhaps the only move.
Finds that. Yeah, he'll find that 97 idea. There's no doubt. He's gonna, there's nothing else to be found. So he'll find it. Meanwhile,
I gotta say, overall, if
Mhm.
any queen trade on f4 is basically losing for black, then there aren't many good scenarios for black.
Yep, there are not, because the king is weak. And I mean, white's queen and knight are just, they have enormous power in this position. Let's take a look, David, at our second big matchup, Diak versus Firouzja. And this is, I mean, this is still a total battle. Like white seems to have be completely in the game. For the first time, this is amazing. For the first
and traded
time
another pawn on the king side, which feels decent for white.
Yeah, for the first time in this game, that Diak has more time than Firouzja. I mean, that's amazing. I don't know if it's the first time this tournament this has ever happened, but it's certainly a rare scenario.
Yeah.
And let's take a look at the last couple of moves. Yeah.
Okay, so we got them to time control here with the rook trade on e6. You said white wanted to play a4, a5 next, which I fully agree with. Firouzja repositioned the dark squared knight. Diak came queen g5, threatening g6. That's a threat. Queen g8 to defend g6, and then g4 to trade a pawn.
So that he can have the extra h file, huh?
That's true. He can also give checks to the black king on the h file. The black king's fairly surrounded on the dark squares at the moment. Also, just, I mean, when you're losing these positions, I'm not losing, but, if you're threatening to lose, then trading off pawns, I think, reducing the situations that you can lose in.
And now he just played knight e5, I believe, right? And we've had a number of moves now.
Queen h3.
Knight h6.
Ooh. Knight h6 was played, but knight e5 was played perhaps partly so the king wouldn't be in a death trap on the h file. But look at this. If king to g7, there's a move of utmost viciousness available here. Classic dark square move. Takes.
Yeah.
Takes. Check. Here. And then here.
And take on d6 with the queen, yeah.
And this. Look at that poor queen that can't get to the dark square.
That is a beautiful line. Yeah, of course, black is not going to do such things to himself.
It was cooperative.
Yeah, it was cooperative. Like the rule is, guys, don't move your king into the same diagonal as your opponent's pieces. It never ends well.
Yeah. I mean, f4 might have been simpler than my line.
No, but your line is really nice. That was very cool. Queen e7 at the end.
So knight h6 was the choice here. That does leave the d6 pawn equally vulnerable, however. And I think we may have reached the point where I change which player I'm scared for, Irina.
Yeah, well, here's the thing. You don't think he's going to like take on e5 and just try to win a third pawn with bishop e5, right? Because that would be sad to give up that beautiful bishop. So On the other hand, I mean, the knight sort of has some ideas of knight f3 and jumping around there. So you have to take care of your own king as well. Probably, I would say rook d6. Yeah, rook d6 seems to be, unless it's bad tactically. Wait, is there a rook f3 that we need to look at? Yeah, that's what I mean. Like there actually are
Rook
things.
f3, rook g7, right?
Rook d7.
Oh, sorry, I'm misspeaking, but you figured me out.
Yes. Rook d7, and you are keeping the balance. Wow, there's so many pins in this position. Yeah. You basically forcing the rook back, and then you lose the knight. So yeah, that's not amazing. So rook d6. Yeah, looks like he can grab that pawn, hang on to it.
Yeah. At which point, I mean, we're basically talking the knight on h6 versus 3 connected passed pawns that are totally healthy. I mean,
Yeah.
Black would have to really have a mating attack to claim that a knight is better than 3 connected passed pawns.
I agree. And I really like the bishop on c3. I mean, it's just so beautiful. Controlling e1, attacking on the long diagonal. I mean, it doesn't really get much better than that kind of piece. And this is why, you know, like long time ago, guys, I was like, you know, 2 knights are not that good against a bishop. Do you know how I know this, David? From personal experience. Because one of the things I would do in the past to train is I would play, let's say Houdini with piece odds. Like,
Right.
and the piece would always be a knight. So he would always be down a knight. And I did find in a lot of games, it eventually get to a situation where I got, let's say 2 knights and he's got a bishop, 1 bishop, but I saw how poorly the knights worked against the bishop, you know, from the way Houdini handles things. So from that moment, I was like, yeah, those knights are very poor pieces compared to bishops.
Yeah.
Yeah, Houdini, going back to the classics. Right. Well, you know, this is a pretty typical way to do some training these days, guys. I mean, using the computers in some way.
Yeah.
And you know, you learn a lot. You learn a lot from playing the computer, even when he's up, even when you're up a piece. I mean, it was not that easy playing these rapid games, and the smallest chances, like having a bishop versus 2 knights, like he would show you why that material balance is not so simple. So there we go. That's my insight into this position. He did take the pawn on d6, and now it is Firouzja's turn to move. And let's go back to Caruana.
Yep. Queen d6, king d8 have been played. Now the ball is in Fabi's court as he contemplates this knight e7 move, or perhaps other moves might be good too. Now that we know that queen f4, gf4 is not particularly good for black, it means white could do a lot of different things.
Yeah, and by the way, David, this is a good moment for my survey, or a survey of the audience.
Yeah.
You know, as the games are kind of like, you know, settling in, like we pretty much know how the action is going to go for the next few moves, and the players are thinking. I was going to ask you guys, you know, we know that Coinbase is one of the major sponsors working with chess.com. And I was curious, how many of you are into crypto? So just write your answers in the Twitch chat.
Yeah. Do they have to be into it like invested, or into it like interested?
Oh, everyone who is interested in it is invested.
Is also invested. So it's the same question.
It's the same question. Yeah. Because it's like, you know, you might be invested small, you might be invested big, but like, you know, if you're interested in it, it means you've studied it. So you got something.
Whoa. That's
so
a
we
long
got
string of no's.
No, it's a lot of no's. Is anyone even in NFTs?
I saw
scam, complete
I saw
scam,
2 or 3 yeses, but it looked like all about 90% to 10% no.
Whoa. Interesting. Okay, we got Bishop Smiter is invested. Yeah, crypto is different from NFT. Well, that's true. Those are just different things altogether, I would say. Oh, I think crypto is a scam, but my work is in it. Yep. Okay. I kept Coinbase and a few dollars of Bitcoin. Okay, cool. Interesting. All right. Well, I was just curious, guys, where you were on that. So thanks for your input.
Yeah.
So do you have any survey questions, David? You would like to pull
No.
our audience on?
Oh, maybe I'll bring something next time.
Wow, this is really interesting. Someone says that crypto gives money to the rich by stealing from poor suckers. Actually, I would kind of disagree with that. I mean, the crypto has its share of scams, and I would say it is like a wild west for now.
Mhm.
But the idea that, I mean, it's giving money to the rich by stealing from the poor, I don't know. I mean, that can happen, just like in anything, but I don't think that's like the premise of crypto. I think it's quite the opposite, that it's maybe like a more open system that allows a lot of people to take part. And, well, yeah, anyway, I found it fascinating studying this whole field, guys.
Mhm.
Right. I mean, the idea of like the government printing like endless money and just, stealing your money away from you like that is a pretty, once you kind of figure that out, it's like, wow, that's what's going on, huh?
You mean inflation?
Inflation, yeah.
Inflation,
Mhm.
taking away the value of whatever you have at the moment.
In crypto, it's called stealing. In the crypto world, that's how they think of inflation.
Gotcha.
It's
Gotcha.
stealing from the regular people. Yeah.
Okay. Gotcha. Do you see what's happening here in this game? First of all, Fabi did go for knight e7. Okay. And then Mamedyarov didn't go for the end game, which we think was probably bad, but played queen takes c2. Fabi took on c6 with check. King c8, knight back to e7. The king needs to stay tethered to this knight. They're defending each other, right? Like if the knight goes away, the king's down. And if the king goes away, the knight's down. So king d8. And one repetition from Fabi. He repeats positions once. Okay. I wonder if the right idea for making progress is to play knight d5 in this position. I guess Mamedyarov has some idea with like queen h7, queen b1 to give some checks that we need to watch out for. So knight c6, king c8 is the position. That's my door, by the way. I can come over here for a moment and I can see you guys from here. So, all right, we'll go to all the boards for a second here. And, oh, has knight d5, queen h7 happened? Or is that just my analysis? It's actually happened. So knight d5, queen h7 has been played. King g1, queen b1. They may repeat multiple times here. They may end up repeating multiple times here on this one. King h2. Yep, there's another repetition. Queen h7.
I'm back. Are you in the middle of the broadcast, David?
Yeah, we're still in the broadcast. Welcome back.
Very good. Thank you. Yeah, I had a small internet connection problem. I guess
Yeah.
the internet connection didn't just wanted me to go back to talking about the chess. So
I think what happened is your ISP stopped accepting crypto, so they disconnected you.
Exactly. All right.
They're like, this person keeps paying us.
I had to temporarily go, guys, because the crypto markets are just so bad today. I had to go and check on how they're doing.
Uh-huh. So we had a couple repetitions from Fabi and Mamedyarov, so they got some more moves in, banked some more time to play some more moves later. But Fabi's going for what seems to be, well, the most direct option, let's say. If it's what I thought of, it's the most obvious moves. He's won a pawn on d5, and Mamedyarov is administering some checks.
All right, so we're threatening to basically win their knights. Yeah, if we get a chance to move, we're going to play queen c7, king e8, queen c8.
Yeah.
So the question is how you're getting out of the checks, right? Because you need to find that the king walk that is going to allow you to do that, which is not obvious at first glance. I gotta tell you, like, okay, let's try king g3.
Yeah, we'll just try to put some moves on the board. I assume, queen h4 would be the only move.
Queen d3, queen d3 maybe seems like. Let's try queen d3.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, that's a nice move. That's a very nice move.
And
well, I'm not happy at all about that.
Right, like it's hard to be happy because you basically got to go forward, right? So king g4. I mean, let's just try king g4,
queen e4.
Yeah. How is this like? Well, you can get mated in one if you would like.
Yes.
At this point,
I would.
If you would like to go to dinner early.
Thank you. I'll take my paycheck. I'm out.
Yeah, good game. Good game. It was a good combination.
Good game. They wouldn't let me agree to a draw, so I had to play for a while, but finally I found a way to end the game. Played king h3. So king g1 has been chosen, and this time king f2, queen c2. I mean, we could get the same position. King g3, queen d3 could still come, but maybe king e3 to box the queen in a little bit. Okay.
So how are we getting out of this perpetual?
I see a weird direction, Irina. We go from the area where we only have one pawn to the area where we have two, as follows. King e3, queen c1, king d3, queen b1 or d1, king c3, queen c1, king b3.
And you're going to a3 ultimately.
Yep. And we get over here, and finally against queen d3, we'd have b3.
Amazing. You managed to hide the king. So that's the point. Yeah, that's not so trivial, but I mean, basically you're right. He can't stay on the king side. And I think he's actually going in this direction, right? Because right now they have the position with queen c1, king d3. Actually, all of that is happening. Yeah, Fabi,
maybe it's obvious to Fabi or something, but he's making this decision pretty quickly now.
Yeah. Well, I guess there's not much to lose, right? Once he saw that he couldn't stand the king side, this is something worth trying. And yeah, I don't know. I really feel like white is doing the right thing here because black cannot touch the b2 pawn. So the moment like the queen moves away from c7, you're going to go there. And if he doesn't, like, let's say he just passes the turn and he does nothing, like, how does white want to win this position?
You go queen e7 to e8.
Oh, that's really funny. Just the exact same thing on the other side. Okay.
Dual threats. No way to defend anymore with like by holding. It's sort of check till you drop.
Yeah. So looking good for Fabi, and this would be a nice comeback for him after his loss against Vachier yesterday. Let's take a look at Diak, because I feel like that game, like a lot can still happen, right? Because we don't know who's better. The eval bar staying squarely in the middle of the board, and at the same time it's squarely in the middle, but we know the position is very unbalanced, so that just means that anything can happen. And there's going to be a lot of suspense in this final part of the round as the players really are going into their final time pressure phase.
Yeah. And there's only one move we've missed here, which was Queen E8 from Firouzja. So they're really looking carefully at their moves. I looked at Rook E6 for a second here, and then on Knight F3 check, Black avoids losing. I don't know how good or bad it is, but it avoids instantly losing.
Yeah, it's really funny, David, how both sides have this double attack. Like Black can go Rook F3, where he's threatening to go Rook F3 at this point, and White can go Rook E6, like the mirror kind of threat.
Yeah. So that encourages White to do something pretty immediate, because Rook F3 is truly a threat now.
Yeah,
Truly a threat. Although Rook F3, Queen E6 might not fully lose either.
Right.
Rook F3, Queen E6 might sort of trade down without completely losing.
Yeah, it's actually fine. I mean, I don't think you're going to lose that position at all with those 3 pawns against the knight. But what happens on Rook E6? Like, let's just look at that move.
Yeah, sure.
I would also say, David, like Queen E6 is possible here too. He might just even, like, the question is, who wants the queen trade? That's what I want to know. Who wants the queen trade? Is it White? Because his king is weak, or is it Black because his king is weak?
If I were White and I managed to play Queen E6, it would give me a feeling of security. I would feel like my odds of losing had essentially disappeared. And also, I would still think I could play for a win.
Yeah. Okay. So we can put Queen E6 on the board.
Okay. Oh, he's just played it.
Oh, and he just did it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think it is a very safe move.
Yeah.
But safe does not mean, the game automatically ends in a draw, even if there's a queen trade. I mean, we're going to see how good the knights are at defending against those side pawns.
Yeah. Plus, I mean, Black has Rook E7. That's why I wasn't just slamming Queen E6 on the board. If this move forced a queen trade, it would have been the first move that I wanted to talk about. But because there's Rook E7 and I didn't see any tactic for White here to, no way to deflect or deal with G6. So,
just Queen F6, David.
Oh, Queen F6.
And I am kind of sad to say that there is a repetition on the board if White wants to go for that Queen F6. Yeah, well, here there's Queen H4, so I'm not as worried about that. I kind of feel like maybe, I mean, yeah, actually, Queen H4, King G8. I mean, you can do it, but I'm not so worried. Queen F6, Rook F7, Rook E7 is actually a repetition that has a chance of occurring on the board.
Queen F6, Rook F7?
Yep.
Not here. Maybe I've got the wrong position.
Oh, oops. Oh, no, you're right. I was blundering the knight. Okay. Let's not do that. I don't have that. Okay.
In the game, he's already played Queen D5.
Right.
Here. And then Knight E F7 has been played, poking the rook. Feels like the rook must be moved here, which is annoying because it's going to have to leave the open file then.
Right.
Oh, but look how good that bishop on C3 is. It's also covering the counterplay. Man.
Yeah, we don't have any like Queen D4s here to do some intermediate moves. So we have to move the rook, but where would we move it? Like rook, maybe just rook A6.
Yeah, somewhere off to the side. Oh, I guess at least on A6 you could go to A8. Yeah. By the way, somebody
he made a move.
Oh yeah, rook F6, staying close to things. By the way, in chat, somebody's asking when do they get more time? This is it as far as time controls. There's a 30-second increment on every move, so they get an extra 30 seconds every move, but they are in the final time control here.
Yeah, that's it, guys. Like, if you're watching, then you can expect these games to be over in, I would say, look, you're mostly in the next maybe 20, 30 minutes. It depends on how many moves they're going to be playing on this increment for. And we're reaching the point where Mamedyarov is running out of checks. It's coming very shortly.
It's very interesting that he played that move King C8, and the best move, presumably, you know, the move that Fabi played was Queen E6, just sort of re-threatening the whole Queen E8 deal. That was his way to make progress.
Where is the win for Fabi? So he's up a pawn at the moment. He's certainly feeling comfortable, but the win still has to be found. And we should just say, you better find it quickly, because black is threatening perpetual with Queen A5, Queen D2. So that means that you need to play with checks. And don't tell me, David, because I feel like I want to figure this out. I don't see the win just yet.
Okay.
Do you see the win?
The move I'm looking at is not a check. I don't see a win just by attacking black with checks.
Wow. So it's not a check. Wow. So it's King B2?
Yep.
King B2. Wow. So
that's what I had in mind.
Yeah.
Getting out of the way of Queen A5 and maybe even playing A4.
Wow. That is a lovely move, because black is in zugzwang, complete zugzwang.
Yeah.
And the queen on B5, like, trying to hold things together, but like she's at her, the end of her resources.
Yeah. She's at her limit. And in addition to A4, I've got another idea of playing queen to D6 in some case.
Yeah.
Headed for
basically
C7.
just, what's really important, guys, when you play chess, of course, seeing your opponent's ideas, you don't want to miss their checks. You don't want to miss their idea perpetual. It's literally the only thing that black can do. So I think King B2, yeah, he put it on the board. It's not too hard for him. And it's a nice move. And he's going to get that win. And this was a really good battle between Fabi and Shaq. I feel a little bad for Shaq because this is his second loss in the tournament. So he's going to sink down in the tournament standings. But it's a really tough event, right? So someone has to win, someone has to lose. And we do want to see decisive games.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, the player's blood is required for the entertainment of the masses.
David, I never heard of it put like that, but that's, it sounds really brutal that we got to have player sacrifices. I thought we were, beyond that stage in human development.
Yeah, I mean, this is our version of the gladiators now, right? I mean,
yeah, no, it is absolutely. And the nice thing is that when blood is shed in chess, it's like so clean and it doesn't get the board dirty.
Yeah, just he has to feel bad for a little bit. It's not too brutal, right? But yeah, he's gonna feel tired and sad. He lost this game. He resigned right here. And that just leaves us with one game.
Yeah, well, look, against Fabi, it's interesting. He went for this Petrov thing, right? And overall, no, we got to give credit to Fabi. I mean, we had that beautiful Rook F1 move. He provided so much, interesting material for us to go over, and he, probably could have broken through with an attack earlier, but nonetheless, even when it looked like Mamedyarov was kind of escaping from his clutches, Fabi was like, nope, come back here. And he took this game.
Yeah. Even when it seemed like it was slipping away, he played some grindy moves and sort of that Queen H7 creeping move, right? Kind of semi-paralyzing black. And then Shaq made the choice to play Knight G5, sort of maybe dropping a pawn.
So David, our viewer is asking, can you explain why he resigned, right? Let's try again for a final time to kind of make it clear to everyone why black is resigning, even though he hasn't really lost much material yet.
Right. So there's a threat here of A4, which would chase this queen to somewhere like A5 or D3. And white's got this queen e8 check threat hanging over black that would force the king off of the knight because c7 is covered. So this queen can't just go anywhere she wants to, right? So for example, like a5, a4, queen's got to go queen here and you lose a piece. Otherwise, I don't know, not a lot of other good defensive moves for black. I was thinking maybe king b7. So that if a4, you would at least have queen c6, which definitely prolongs things there. And this move also deals with queen d6 with the same idea of queen c6. So I think king b7 was not completely, like, there was no instant tactic. I was a little surprised that he resigned myself.
Right. That's a good point, David. I mean, king b7, I definitely would have tried it. Is there the move knight e7? Because it's a very mean kind of move.
Right.
To be honest.
Preventing the intended defense and renewing the a4 threat. And now black's really down to like the last square or two on the board, right? Knight b8, queen d7, king a8, like it's the last little corner of the battlefield.
Queen c8 here, David. Yeah. Queen c8. I mean, I assume that if we get that king somewhere there, this should be winning, no? King a7. Yeah, you can go anywhere. Yeah, king a8.
Yeah, I realized that if I went to a7, you could put your knight on c8 probably.
Yeah, that's right, and that wins. Yeah.
Yeah. So I walked into a pin. I mean, I know I'm at the end of my life here as black, kind of abject position. We got to avoid queen e2 as white here. So maybe queen c7. Keep the knight defended, renew this knight c8 creeping threat.
Well, I do have to say, David, I think he prematurely resigned a bit because the viewers are right. Like in this line with king b7, I mean, like, look, he can still make a few more moves, right? It's not over yet.
Yeah, I mean, if you played, yeah, I would say even I, you know, as a master, didn't know for sure why he resigned. So that's a fair point from chat to wonder why.
Yeah, I mean, he had to find king b7. It's definitely the only move that preempts that check on e8. I mean, is there anything better that we could do after king b7, or we really have to go knight e7 to just stop?
I don't know. I mean, with 20 minutes on his clock, do you think he wouldn't have seen like king b7 as a possible defense? I don't think so. Well, maybe there's more of a knockout.
He hates his position. You know, he hated the position. So there is also that element that, you know, sometimes you just can't stand to stare at it anymore and just psychologically want to be done.
I wonder if knight c3 and d5 wins for white. That could be a reason to resign if you randomly see that you lose this position. But
still hanging in there, but it's bad.
Yeah, I mean, you may lose, but this is not a position you would resign. So I don't know.
So knight e7 seemed pretty good. Knight e7, and then you came up with knight b8, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so your knight is basically just never going to move. Okay.
Yeah, it's kind of done.
Gonna look for the win. Yeah.
I'm like just trying to play queen d7 and get an endgame, which I know is losing. Like I know that knight ending is ultimately losing with best play. Maybe if I were 2750 and I'd seen it 1,000 times in my life and I were playing Fabiano, maybe I would resign because I would know that there's no way that you ever get a comeback there against him. Because you know, even when you go queen d7 in this position, now white can probably play d5 and always recapture on e6 with the pawn and the knight's trapped on b8. I mean, I don't know. Maybe he just had enough because partly because of the opponent.
Yes, he was done with it. So let's go take a look at our final remaining game, Diak versus Firouzja. We got people in the chat who think that we don't want to look at it on purpose, which is definitely not the case, guys. We are interested in this game, and let's see. I mean, obviously Black cannot really play for a win here, right? So
probably trying to set up a perpetual check. I mean, basically you have to attack the king. Like the knights aren't going to go collect white's queenside pawns, very likely.
Yeah.
But with the material you have here, you know, a direct attack on the king's probably not checkmate. It's probably just perpetual.
Yeah, I also want to say, I mean, I guess there are ways to blunder. Like if you go a4 and knight e4, that seems to be an unpleasant attack, and you might lose the b3 pawn.
Right. Yeah, so if you can at least leave white frozen, that's already an achievement as Black here. And
so it's pretty tricky for white to keep this game going, I think.
Yeah, Black can set up the knights on e4 and f3 pretty easily here, which is kind of ideal. Knights on really good light squares.
Yeah, it's a little sad. Well, should he go like c5? Let's just try to advance a pawn. The rook on c1 is supporting it, so I feel like c5 makes sense.
Yeah, you don't want to sit around forever. So let's see if we can do something. Put a timer on Black.
Knight e4.
Okay. Disrupt the bishop. Bishop goes, I don't know, e5.
There's rook d2.
Rook d5, c6, rook takes here, knight here. That's not particularly good by white. I mean, it's still, I think it's still a draw, but.
Well, they said, so they said Black is defending. I mean, which would we rather be? I'll be honest, guys, like I don't have a big preference for either side in this position. It was really hard for me to pick a side. Like, I kind of feel like, you know, if white blunders, like, well, it's still hard to lose even if white blunders. Like, you have to blunder really big.
Yeah.
If Black blunders, well, you know, Black will lose right away.
Yeah. So I would say in that sense, white's risking less, right? Because
yeah,
there are less scenarios from here where Black wins. It's harder to imagine the scenarios where Black wins.
But he just played king f1. So I kind of like that move because he wants to go to king e2. It's not just a passive king retreat. Actually, he wants to improve the king. He wants to go to e2, and then you can't check him. I like all of that. So yeah, I'm a fan of this last move that he played. And now I do feel like it's easier for white to play. Now that move makes me like viscerally feel like, you know, with the kings nicely tucked away in you know, d4, it feels easier. So did Firouzja make a move? Not yet. He's still
Here's what I'm thinking.
So,
knight h3.
A king e2. You have a trick?
No, I'm stopping king e2 with knight f4.
Oh, it's a knight f4.
Yeah.
Yes, got it.
And if bishop e5 to stop knight f4, I have rook d2 in mind.
How about I finally go a5, a4?
Okay, the a pawn.
Now that you don't have knight e4.
Okay.
Are you gonna try to mate me with like knight f4, rook h3?
I'm definitely trying to mate you, but I played rook f3 this time.
Let's see. Bishop e1 loses the pawn. Kind of unfortunate.
Yeah. On bishop e1, I'm just going to take b3, nothing more.
Yeah.
On rook c2, I've got a crazy looking line. I mean, it's nothing like insane to calculate, but it's knight e3 check and then knight g1 defending the rook from a surprise angle.
It's a good one.
Yeah, and on king g2, I have knight h4.
All right, so that was quite tricky. Am I supposed to just give away that pawn? It's hard to believe. What if I just, you know what, David? What if I just go c5 or yeah, let's go c5.
Mhm.
How far will I get if I just give away that pawn?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know that I'm going to mate you, but I'm fairly confident I can get a draw by perpetual. I'll try knight g3 with the idea of rook e2, knight f2, and sort of, I don't know, the rook and knight slowly follow the king.
Yeah, you promised not to mate me, and you're trying to break that promise.
I said it was unlikely. I will settle for a draw by perpetual if I can find one.
Okay. Bishop d4.
That looks good.
Oh yeah, it looks good, except the computer really hated it.
Oh, because of knight e2 probably.
Where knight e2? Oh, I blundered
Trade the
bishop.
rook and then
Oh, and you
grab
still
it.
have the g pawn left on the board. Wait, yeah, that's right. You're winning. Huh?
Yeah.
Most likely.
Plus, I practiced 2 knights against a pawn recently. Not that I could ever pull it off, but I did practice it.
So he played something else, I think, on king f1. And so instead of knight h4, which is definitely like an interesting idea, he played knight e6.
Knight
So it's a bit
e6.
more, yeah, I guess it's a bit more conservative. Yeah, but it's still trying to get to f4.
Yeah, and it
Fine.
does still stop this king e2 idea. But maybe it stops c5 in some cases. Let's see what white did. Bishop e5. This is the one place where knight h3 I had an extra point, which was rook d2, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
So now bishop e5 and rook d2 gets played anyway. So what do you have in mind after a4, Firouzja?
Yeah, a4. So you don't think he's going to play like c5, do you?
Could also play c5. He needs something in mind against that too.
I wonder which of these two moves, because, you know, they're very different, saving the pawn or not saving the pawn. I mean, a4. Let's put a4 on the board. Let's just try to keep all the pawns.
Okay. I'm sort of wanting to bring my knight to e4. I'm still just dreaming of perpetual. So let's go like knight c5 to e4.
Yeah.
Assuming that the b pawn's gonna.
Ooh, they've made a few moves.
Okay.
Wait, how did white just lose a pawn?
Rook d2, b4. b4
Ooh.
was the choice.
Oh wow, he just went b4, not even a4, not c5, just b4 and then b5, I guess. Okay.
I think it's still going to be c5 actually, Irina. I think just avoiding knight c5.
Oh, okay.
Maybe.
Right, because he doesn't want to get pawns blockaded, and after c5, black can't really do any blockade over those light squares.
Yeah.
That makes sense. So, I mean, most likely what we're going to see is a draw, right? Because we just understand that, like, okay, the two pawns are unlikely to win against the knight, but black should be able to carefully make that draw. Let's see. I mean, c5 and yeah, the pawn just keeps advancing.
c5 played.
Keeps advancing, and he needs to figure this out now. There's also scenarios, right? He went rook a4. I was just going to say that scenarios where he gives up the b pawn, then black gives up the c pawn for the knight, and it's just like a total liquidation on the queen side. And that is probably what we're going to see pretty soon.
Rook a4 played quickly by Firu. They've got 1 minute each, and I was just looking at some lines starting like this. So one is, c6, rook b4, c7, knight takes, draw on one side of the board, and very similar would be b5, rook a5, b6, and then knight takes c5. And again, we can get a draw on one side of the board like this. See what they've done. Rook a4, c6 played, rook b4 played, c7 played, knight c7 played. Yep.
And they are just in time for the 5-hour mark. Say they played the longest game of the day, a little bit longer than Fabiano and Mamedyarov. Really good game. I have to say, I feel happy for both players in this game. Like, I feel happy that, Firouzja got his swindle. And I feel happy that Diak got his defense after he was swindled and he was just like down a piece and things were looking really bad for him. I feel like this is a fair result, actually, for this game. What do you think, David?
Yeah, they each had some chances. And so they could each regret their chances, I think. But yeah, it looks pretty reasonable to me. Now the players have to figure out how to draw without being allowed to offer draws, right? That's what's left. This weird bishop g3 move.
Maybe we can take a break, David, and
Yeah.
just come back, finish the rest of this game, and do a recap of the round, guys. And yeah, we'll see you in a few minutes.
Yep. Welcome back, everybody, to the final moment of round 5 of the Superbet Chess Classic Romania on the Grand Chess Tour. It's been a pleasure to watch these games today with you, Irina. And we've got 4 draws and a win, back to the normal first couple round scores.
Yeah, we had a lot of fun today. And I think we got to thank Fabi and Shaq and Diak and Firouzja for providing the majority of our content today. Sometimes that's just how it goes. Yesterday, there were a bunch of exciting games. Today, there were just 2. But Fabiano Caruana strikes back after his loss yesterday, climbs back to 50% in this tournament. And Diak, the local player from Romania, stays on +1 in a very, very tense game with Alireza Firouzja.
Yeah, exactly right. Exactly right. Some chances were missed. Tense is perfect for that game. So he's holding tough. He's putting up the points. you know, you couldn't really expect a better use of his wild card spot in such a top level tournament. He's making great use of it. We can look at the standings and look ahead to the rest of the week. We're halfway through the tournament, so tomorrow is going to be a rest day. So we'll have one day off, and then we'll be back for rounds 6 through 9 on consecutive days, starting Wednesday at 6 a.m. Pacific. No, 5 a.m. Pacific, right? We start at 5.
Yeah.
I'm always losing that hour. 5 a.m. Pacific. There it is. Tomorrow's the rest day. And yeah, there you can see the schedule through the rest of the week.
There will be playoffs on Saturday, May 14th, if players are tied. So actually, I hope we do get a tie, David. I hope Wesley So doesn't just run away with it. But there is plenty that can still happen between now and the end of the tournament over 4 rounds. Perhaps, you know, Fabiano Caruana can climb up even and join the fight for first if he continues this kind of good form that he showed in this game. I mean, all it would take for Daniel Diak to fight for first place is like one more win. So
one more win.
I would, if I had to make a guess, I would guess there will be a tie for first place, and that we will be also seeing you guys on Saturday. It's my wish and my prediction. And yeah, it's been a lot of fun, guys. At some point there were more than 7,000 of you watching us on Twitch. It's a huge number. I can't believe we got so many people watching on a Monday morning. But thank you for tuning in. I hope you had fun, and I will see you on Wednesday.